All right, folks, welcome to another session of Java. We call this control statement because with this class, you're going to learn how to manage your code. You would be able to determine for Java whether you want to run some codes, whether you don't want to run some codes, and whether you want to run codes multiple times. That's why it's called control statements. I kind of redesigned the whole approach, going away from PowerPoint mainly because I think it's more hands-on than some of the theories you need to know, which I can actually deliver in Eclipse. So let me get that started. This is what you're going to see going forward, unless you prefer the PowerPoint method. In either case, let me know what your preference is, what's best learning style for you. What you're going to see going forward is the first thing is a project. So we're doing things backward now. We're going to look at the homework first, and then I'm going to give you all the tools that you need, explain the tools to you. I'm going to give you examples of how to get that task done, and you practice over the week and you deliver the product. Okay, you're very close to something great. I can already see it in a few sessions going forward. If you stick at it, and this is the trying time right now, I don't want you to fall behind now. If you can go with the pace, and I'm going to try to keep it as simple as possible. If you can go with the pace, the rest is going to be easy. So a few Java stuff that you need to know and you need to understand, you need to be very comfortable with it, and then you're home free. The rest is easy. Now, I want you to look at this W3 School and get an understanding that there's not a whole lot. I mean, you're probably thinking, what else he has for us? And how long do we have to learn a lot before we can produce something? If you go to W3 School and go to Java, we are down here right now. So all of these are lessons here, and we're almost down here. And there's not a whole lot to go over here. A few things, and you don't need to know everything in here. And a lot of these are just exercises and practice. So you are pretty close to finishing Java with, and if you can just understand everything that's in here, that's it, folks. And then you can just repeat what you learn and produce stuff. Magic happens when you know that. Anyway, so we're going to go through this structure going forward. It's going to be just one project. I'm not going to give you more than one homework. Hopefully not. We'll see. But yeah, this one homework, it's going to be enough to demonstrate whether you learned or not. This project, as I call it, it's also going to be in your let me move this thing. If you go to Google Classroom, in your homework, it's going to be under that class, conditional statements, and you should be able to find that. Nothing is different. You submit your code the same way you did before. Create a file and submit here. You're going to notice that I'm not going to go through, and don't expect me to go through line by line on your code to check to see if you got it right or wrong. You have Eclipse. Eclipse is like your preliminary teacher. It's like a teacher assistant. Because if you got it right, if you did everything okay, then your output is going to show you that you did it fine. If you're not getting your output and you're getting some errors and there are some questions you have, you should definitely make time to meet with me one of the weekdays, because I'm not going to go over the homework anymore going forward. And even when we get into automation, I'm just going to see whether your code is there. It's just going to be eyeballing your code, and that's it. If I don't see your code, I might reach out to you, try to see if I can catch you back up. But all 5 of you have been very optimistic for me. So really proud of that. Anyway, any question about the homework structure or so far?
No, no question.
All right, good. Next, you're going to see tools section. And in tools, I have condensed information for you. You don't have to go through the W3 school, even though W3 school is pretty condensed compared to all the other lessons out there, or even the books you have to read if you buy one. But I've just have it down here. All you have to do is later on, if you forget something, you get back on this page and just kind of brush up on things, and that ought to do it. This part right here, I will go over and I'll explain these concepts to you. And this is by far one of the most important concepts in Java. I use these logics every day whenever I'm creating an automation. So definitely you're going to need this. There's no way out of this one. And also it's a building block, because knowing this, you'll be able to do other things, and certainly you cannot skip one. So you must know everything. If you don't understand, I can teach you in different ways, but the syntax is not going to change. It's been there for years. It's going to stay there for years. Anyway, after this section of tools, you're going to notice something called examples. These example questions are what I'm going to do in the class for you. Not all of them, but depends on you. If I feel like that you got the materials, I might move on faster. If I feel like you need more examples, I might go into a couple more. But there's plenty of examples here that is going to be able to clear up your understanding on this concept. Next section you're going to see is called code snippet. And this is where I'm going to post all the code that I'm going to write. So you don't have to take any notes. All I want you to do is sit back, relax in front of the computer, and ask me questions. And definitely you have to come back to this video, maybe play it a couple of times to get to it. But you can get away with watching video because you will have the code here. If you understood it, you can try to mimic this these questions that I'm going to give you examples for. You can try to do it yourself, and if you get stuck somewhere, all you do is just scroll down and you're gonna look at the code here and just kind of refresh yourself and get that learning aha moment for yourself. Okay, it's nothing there right now because I have not done anything, but just as soon as I'm done with this class, I'm gonna post all the code that I have over here. It's going to show up just like the previous classes. It's going to have the class name, so you know how to create the class, and if you know what code is going to go inside that class. Okay, this is for overachievers, this section. If you feel like I got this and it's too easy, I'm bored, I want to do some more, then I have posted a few more questions here that you can try to produce. At any moment, you need more, or if you need solutions, I have the solutions for you as well. Just click on this extra practice letters or link text, and it's going to take you here. And from this is where I have selected these questions on the extra practice. So you can go to the site. You can move back and forth. By the way, this has pretty much everything that I will cover. I haven't gotten this far yet. Next week we're going to talk about arrays. Questions, input, and expected output is also provided here, which I really like. So you get to see what you need to take from the user and what you need to output out. Also, if you wanted the solutions, you can click on this link, says click me to see the solution. And it's going to take you here, explain some of these logics to you, and give you the code that you can see and try to make sense out of if you need to. So the only pain is when you start up this website, there's a whole lot of advertisements everywhere. It's just annoying. Other than that, deal with it. Any questions so far? All right, let's go.
No question. But for the homework that we did, do you think that we could do it better? Because I know that everybody can do it differently. So if we can get your input like this, could like your version of the homework that we did, that can help us to cross check and find the develop ourselves. You understand my point?
Yes, I do understand. Yeah, what you're trying to say is there are different ways of getting the output. And,
Right.
and there may be various different logics applied to get to the output. Question you have is there a better logic to get to the output? Meaning, if I want to go from point A to point B, there are 3-4 different routes. Which would be a better route to get to point B? The answer is yes, there is a better way to get to point A to point B. But more of that you're going to see in automation.
Okay.
What you're going to notice now, the assignments that I'm giving you, it's very basic. And there's not a whole lot of two different ways of going there. Right now, it's more like you are in the alley and it's only one-way road to get to where you're going. And that's why I'm not digging into your code too much. But when you get to automation, most people, I've seen what happens is they go through hoops and loops and take the extra road to get to where they want to go because they don't know a shortcut. And the best approach is always the shortcut. Your code has to be small. Less the code, the better you are, and the better engineer you are. So I'll be able to look at all the devices you put together to get to where you want to go, and I'll be able to tell you that, hey, you could have combined those two. So those are the type of homework grading that I want to do.
Okay.
Understand? And I, by the way, I do this at my work because I have folks working from India and they submit code to me, and it's been horrible. I've been writing a lot of comments on those codes, and I'll show you one day when you get to that level of how I commented on their code, how they fixed it back up. I even created a channel to display some of those pitfalls, and I believe I copied it into somewhere that I'm going to demo you when I'm going to do Selenium class. Okay. And by the way, I'm going to also demo you a lot of bugs. You should have a list of maybe 30 bugs that you're going to say that you found, but more of that is coming later on. I don't want to jump the gun right now. Okay. Let's go into this, understand this project, and I'll walk you through some examples So this is our goal. From today's class, you should be able to produce this product. Let's see what it is. It says, and I'm gonna start writing very short. It's gonna get smaller and smaller, guys, and I'm gonna do it on purpose because I need you to understand I'm not gonna give you step by step what code you need to write. That's not how the real world is. You have to figure that out. That's where your intelligence lies, and that's where you're an engineer. So as I'm gonna get closer and closer to the end, it's just gonna be very small, a little snippet, because that's how the clients are gonna approach you for producing something. And you have to take that, break it down into steps yourself. So those are your homework steps. Now you've seen in previous homeworks that I broke it down for you. You saw, let me go back to this one. You saw in these variables and operators, I went for every single line was basically a code, a Java code, and I broke it down for you. You need to break things down for you yourself. This is not a how to study class. I want to jump into the real stuff. You've had a lot of classes in your life with these strategies of how to break down a big task and simplify it and do that. So please do that for yourself. And if you do need help, ask me and I can have a one-on-one and help you out with that. Anyway, let's take a look at what this project is all about. Take two numbers and a choice of 4 operations. So we're going to take 2 inputs from user and 2 numbers. I didn't say float, I didn't say integer. You need to start thinking about what am I going to do and what kind of number I'm going to take immediately when you read that. And a choice of 4 operations. You have to give your user a choice either to add, subtract those 2 numbers, multiply, or divide. Somebody wrote on my screen, I can see it now. Who did that? Or is that me? Can you all
Could
hear
be.
me okay?
Yeah, it could be you. I didn't do it.
Okay, anybody tried that?
I don't know. No, I don't know.
Okay, that's interesting. Let me clear this.
No, but I tried many
Did you try
our
highlighter?
that the color I have, but I didn't try it now. I tried it a long time ago when you said.
Oh, I
So,
see. It's probably thinking right now. Anyway, let me erase that and take permissions off for the moment. All right, so a choice of 4 operations, and then what? Let's see. Calculate and display the results. So if the user chooses add, by the first 2 numbers, you're going to add and display the sum of those 2 numbers. Same thing goes for subtract, multiplication, and divide. So we're going to calculate whatever the user chooses. Based on the user's choice, we're going to calculate and display the results. If the user enters anything other than the 4 operations, like a blah, 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 or whatever, or mistyped these words, request for the correct operation 4 more times. We're going to ask the user again, you have entered a wrong choice. Please enter one of these 4. We're going to ask the user 4 times, 4 more times. So we asked 1 time, 4 more times, total 5 times. And if the 5 times user just tried to mess around with our program, then we're going to end the program and give him a message saying, sorry, dude, we can't do this. You're just messing around with us. Or within that 5 time, if the user is able to provide one of these options, then we calculate that. Okay? Now, this is a sample input here, you can, it doesn't have to be exact. Enter the first number. You don't have to put it like that. You can put it the fancy way you want to. Same thing goes here. I just wrote that, but that's not like, don't think this is the best thing, or don't worry about that. What you need to worry about is the code that you have inside. That's what I'm going to look for, not how fancy way you took the input. So here's the input, first one, input, second one, and you're going to provide this option to the user, and the user gets to put in another input of either add, subtract, multiply, or divide. Based on that input, your program should be able to either do sum, difference, or which is subtraction, multiplication, division, and provide an output this way. The sum or difference or multiplication, division of the number you provided is going to be, and then the results. Any question about this project?
No.
All right, so let's see how we're going to do this. Let me start with this number 1 here. So these are tools. I'm not going to go over these tools with you here, but you can come back and look at it later on. I'm just going to take one of these examples. These are little pieces. If you know these, then you should be able to piece together the above. So let's get started. I'm opening up Eclipse. Close all these down. And let me create let me get this error out of the way. If you still remember, if I have an error in a project, it's gonna show up with an X right here. If you expand that out, it's gonna take you down exactly where it is. I know out of these 2 projects, I have an error here. And these errors can be a pain when you're running your test case. So you don't want to have that. The error is right here. At this point, you can click on this and maybe go fix that. And that should do it. I'm just gonna fix this real quick, or comment this out for now. You can comment that out and press Control S for save. As soon as you do that, Java saved it and no more errors. Okay. I'll go over, somebody remind me to go over this, where it says, if you hover over, it says the value of local variable is not used, or something like resource leak. If you see one, I keep forgetting to resolve that. So anyway, let me create a project with today's class. Java project, control statement. Over here, you can do lowercase or uppercase, no problem, for your project name. Finish. If this window pops up, create a module, don't create a module. There's my control statement. In the source, I'll go into new package. All Java code has to be in classes, and class has to be in packages. We'll call this control statement again, or class practice, all lowercase. If you do uppercase, it's gonna warn you right here. So just double check that. Right click, new class. Let's call this example 1. Okay, let's bring that public static void main. Zoom in a bit here. Control, if you press and hold control and plus sign will zoom in and minus sign will zoom out. Please use that feature, don't hurt your eyes. I'm going to start my code here. Here's my question. First question is, take user input and display whether it is positive or a negative or neither. So let's take a look at this. Let's paste it here. Would be nice if I did that. Visible. Okay, I'm gonna do a little bit of notes for you. All right, so here you already know relational operators from previous class. How do we do equal in Java? How do we compare two numbers in Java?
Double equal sign.
Double equal sign, correct. So that's for equal. And how do I do not equal to?
Bang, then equal sign, exclamatory sign.
Exclamation mark, and then equal sign. Good job. We also do greater than, less than. So less than,
Equal to.
greater than. You've seen that. You've seen the combination of less than or equal to and greater than or equal to. Yes? No issues with these, correct?
Yeah.
Relational operators, they're called because they look for relationship between two numbers or, two numerical values. Can these do relationship checking with strings?
No. Number.
And when you do relationship between two numbers, what does Java reply back with? What information does Java reply back with?
Boolean.
Returns Boolean. Good job. So it will return Boolean, meaning yes or as true or false. With me so far? This is coming from our previous classes, so you should know this by now. Next, today I'm going to give you something called logical operators, and you're going to see it in here as well. So I have it down there. Control statement is something that determines whether the statement will be executed or not, or how many times. I don't want to write that. Logical operators. Okay. This is going to be used in today's class. If you see something like double AND, like that, that means AND, meaning you are connecting two pieces of statement together, two conditions together. Backward slash, if you see on your keyboard, there's a backward slash. If you do shift backward slash, you get a straight line like this. If you do that twice in Java, that stands for OR. The difference between AND and OR is if we say AND, it has to be both. If we say OR, it could be one or the other. And that's where you're gonna need this. So just keep that in mind. And the other one is the same as this one here, not equal to. Let me see if I have it in there. Yeah. Not equal to, or just say, if you just put this exclamation symbol, that means not. So if you wanted to reverse something, reverse a logic, you just put an exclamation symbol in front of it. It will make that from a yes to a no and a no to a yes. Okay? With that idea, let's begin how we're going to do this. All right? So I'm going to jump back and forth here. This part is going to be your notes, and I'll copy all this and post it on the site so you have it. No worries. Take user input and display whether it is a positive or negative or neither. We already know how to take user input. Okay? We know we can use Tony, what class do we use with the help of what object gives us that capability of take user input? Scanner. I know you know the answer. I'm asking you because some recruiters might ask you this way, and that's why I want to kind of repeat, act like a recruiter, and sort of cast those questions to you. So they're going to call object scanner object. What do you write? Scanner, and let's call it magic stick. So you're going to create a magic stick with the scanner, and then new scanner system.in. Okay, hover over and import Java util, not the other ones. If you accidentally choose the other ones, it's not going to work. If that happens, you go and delete that import stuff right here and then redo it. All right, so hover over, import, and make sure it imported Java util scanner. Now I have this magic stick. I'm going to take a user input, and this user input, I want to be very flexible. I don't want to take an integer, and what if the user gives me a decimal? That's going to break. So how about I take a double? That way a decimal is also going to be allowed. So I am going to create a storage first for saving double. So here's double. I can call it user given number. Okay, this is my storage name, user given number, equal to, and here I'm going to take this magic stick and cast a spell. I take this magic stick. With this magic stick gives you that spell that you can cast to get user input. So if I put dot, it's gonna give me this option of next double. Hey, question. Why did this give me next double as the first option? Why not some other ones?
Because you declared a double variable in the beginning.
Correct. If the software where you're writing your code is pretty smart, you'll be able to see what you chose here and be able to, if you put a dot, be able to say that chances are you should be picking this particular one and help you out choosing the right thing. Okay, that's the beauty. You don't have to be a genius to be a Java engineer. That's it, folks. We got this magic stick, and here's the spell we casted. That's going to give us the user input. We're going to store it into this word called user given number, or a storage called user given number. Any questions so far?
No.
Okay. So you already know this. You've done this before. Now what are we going to do? We're going to have to determine if the number is positive or if the number is negative or it's neither. Okay? Well, if it's positive, we have to say positive. The number is positive. If it's negative, negative. And then we have to display something. How are we going to do that? Well, obviously, we're going to have to find a relationship between this user given number and compare it with something. Yes? When is a number positive? It has to be what?
Greater than 0.
It has to be greater than 0. So we're going to have to use this operator to check to see if this number is greater than 0. So something like this. User given number. We don't know what that is, but we would have to check greater than 0. If we have this, we know that this number is going to be positive. Let me put it under here. So if we do this, user given number greater than 0, if that comes out to be true, okay, if there's this relational operator says true, we know it's going to be positive number. How do I know it's a negative number?
Less than 0.
It's going to have to be less than 0. So this user given number, whatever that they give me, if this number is less than 0, and that comes out to be true, okay, then that's going to give me a negative. I know that that's going to be a negative number. Are we okay so far?
Yeah, we're good.
Yes.
Hey, here's a pop quiz. What if this user given number, this whole thing, the same logic came out, computer told me it's false? What kind of number is that going to be?
0.
If user given number greater than 0, Java told me, nah, man, that's not true.
Oh, okay, never mind. Sorry, I wrote that. So it would be less than 0.
It's going to be less than 0. It's going to be a negative number. I want you to pay attention to this. Okay, this is just a negative way to putting it. Okay? Same thing here. If user given number is less than 0, we said any number less than 0 is a negative number if that comes out true. But what if the same statement that any number less than 0, I did this comparison, but Java told me this comparison, when you said user given number is less than 0, it's not true. It came out to be false. Then what kind of number is that going to be?
Positive.
It's going to be a positive number. Okay? Any questions so far?
No.
It doesn't matter which logic you use, but you have to understand what comes out of it. And based on what comes out of it, you have to understand what kind of number that's going to be, or the result that's going to be. You have to understand this underlying system, that you can reverse the same logic, and if you get a false, you can just handle these two, that's it. You don't even need to use these logics extra. But it's up to you. You get to choose how you want to design it. What if the user given number, whatever he gives me, is not less than 0, not greater than 0, but let's say equal to 0. And that comes out to be true. We can, if this comes out to be true, can we say that neither? Remember the question asked us? Display either the positive number is positive, negative, or neither.
Yeah, we can do that.
Only when it's gonna be neither. Only when we get a 0, anything other than 0 is not gonna be neither. It's gonna be either a positive number. If it's greater than 0, it's gonna be a negative number if it's a less than 0. Any question about this logic?
Nope.
Okay, now let's go ahead and orchestrate this. Now, we have to put some sort of condition. We have to say if this number, user given number, is less than 0, let's say I choose this one, okay? If user given number is less than 0, if that is true, I want you to print to the user that it's a positive number. If the user given number is less than 0, or let me choose this one. If user given number is less than 0, and that comes out true, then I want you to print the user it's a negative number. And if the user given number comes out to be equal to 0, then I want you to print the user that it is neither. Or if you want to say it's 0, that's fine too. Any question about the steps we're about to take right now?
No, no question.
Okay, then this is how you're going to do this. Just the way I expressed this idea to you, you're just going to code it exactly same. If you write the word if, all lowercase, notice it lights up. You put this open close parenthesis and you put your condition right there. What is the condition? Okay? And then outside of this, you put 2 curly braces. I like to do it right away, immediately, 1, 2, 1, 2. And then inside these curly braces is where you're going to put your code. What you want to do. If this condition came out to be true, then you would want to do it. Run this block of code inside this curly braces. Okay? What do I mean? Condition. Well, condition is the same thing that we talked about right here. So if this condition, user given number, is greater than 0, and you can take that, I will copy that and put it right here. Are you with me so far?
Yeah,
Yes.
with you.
If user given number greater than 0, you've seen it in the previous class that this will return. Java will look at this and either say true or false. That's it, with that much. Now, if that comes out to be true, the if statement or this if keyword is if this keyword finds something true, he's gonna jump into this block and start executing code. If this comes out to be false, he's gonna skip this code and move on. Understand? Let me erase that. Let's see how we're gonna do this. So if user given number is greater than 0, I want sys out that is a positive number. Is that all right?
Yep.
Okay.
Yes.
Now, if you want to put in another one of this, you can just copy that or just go down here. Notice that this parenthesis, this curly brace starts here, ends here. So you have to be outside of this for you to choose if you wanted to use that same logic again. If you wanted to say if, and again, open parenthesis, close parenthesis, open curly brace, close curly brace. Inside this parenthesis, because you already covered positive number, if you wanted to use something for negative, you could say user given number if it is less than 0. So if I take that, paste it right here, that's the condition. And if I go into this block, this is where it's going to be my block of code. I just hit an enter to give me some space. I could say this out. In here, I should say that is a negative number. Any questions so far?
No, no question.
Now, what I can do is if I have something like this, one after another, instead of having separate if statements with conditions, you can join them together if you say else if, E-L-S-E, else, and you write the word if. You can bring them together like that. Okay? Let me print it out and show you first, okay? So we got it up to this far. Let's check it out and see how it works. So we're gonna run it. I'd never asked for the user to put in something, so it's waiting for me to still type something in there. And if I type in, let's say, negative 25 and hit enter, and it tells me that is a negative number. If I run it again, I put in 20 as a positive. This 20 goes to this magic stick, picks up this 20, saves it into user given number. So user given number becomes 20. This 20 is compared. Java now moves to this part. Java will go to this line, and he's going to take this 20. This number is going to be 20 here. Looks like I'm echoing somewhere. And this 20 is going to be compared with the 0. Is 20 greater than 0? The answer here is going to be true. And this is a positive number, is going to get printed. Java will enter this phase here and execute this code. Then Java is going to move on to this line. Java is going to look at this user given number, that's still going to be 20. We'll do a comparison. Is 20 less than 0? The answer is going to come out false, because if statement comes out false, Java is not going to enter into this parenthesis right here. So he's going to skip this execution altogether, and then he's going to move on, and then the test is done, ended. Any question about that?
No question.
Okay. Now, do you see that there is a problem here? Do you think that Java needed to go through the other once Java compared this, did Java need to compare this anymore?
Yes.
If a number is greater than 0 and we got that positive, do we really need it to compare whether that same number is less than 0 or not?
Not necessarily that, but if it was something else, would it go to that immediately? Like, say you don't want to compare the opposite when it comes to a number spectrum. You want to compare that to some other kind of comparison. But if it already reads that first if statement, will it automatically skip any more if statements? Just produce whatever the first one is.
The thing is, if you have if statements separated out like this, Java will go ahead and compare and do both.
Read all
Yes.
Okay.
So he's going to go into this first. He's going to test it out. And if this comes out true, then he's going to execute this code. He's going to come back in here because you have a separate if statement. He's going to compare this again, which is totally unnecessary in our this particular situation. Some situations you may need that. You may need that to compare separately. But in this particular situation, this is completely unnecessary because we already got positive number here. We know it cannot be negative in that case. This was a waste of Java's time and resources. And this is where you need to, I know it's really minor, but if you want to be a good engineer and you don't want your softwares to slow down, you have to devise this in a way and save Java some time, even though it's like microsecond for Java to figure this out. You want to save that microsecond for Java. So how would you do that? In that case, you would put else if. So if I rewrite this, if I put an else if, and just put the word else with the space and bring this if closer, not together, not one word, separate word, else if, then in that case, first, Java is going to come right here and compare this. If Java gets user given number, which is 20, and that's greater than 0, Java is going to execute this code and not even execute these. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
He's going to skip this out because he already got one and not worry about it. Okay? All right. If I run this now, again, if I put in a number, let's say 50, and hit enter, that is a positive number. 50 went in here, compared with 0. 50 is greater than 0. The statement came out true, and therefore this got executed. That is a positive number, and did not even further go into this. Okay? Now, if I put in a negative number, let's say negative 50, and hit enter, well, Java is first going to take this negative 50, go in here and compare. It always goes through the first line by line. So it's going to go here, compare with the 0. The answer is negative 50 greater than 0. This would come out as false. Because this is false, Java is going to skip this statement. Unfortunately, now for Java, he would have to move on to this else if statement. Java is going to take this negative 50 and compare this with 0. Is negative 50 less than 0? The answer is going to be true. Because this condition is true, Java is going to step in and execute anything inside that block. And this is a negative number will get printed out. Let's do that. If I hit enter, that is a negative number, and that got printed out. Any questions so far?
No, no question.
Okay, we're almost done. They're asking us to also say if the number is, whether it's neither. What if I put 0? What happens if I put 0 now? Let's see. If I put 0 here and hit enter, it gives me nothing. Okay, because I did not devise anything. It's not failing, but it gives me nothing. No code has been executed. It goes here, compares it. That came up to be false. This came out to be false, and then Java moved on looking for something else, and there wasn't any code to execute. Okay. Now we need to handle that, and there's many ways to handle that. One we can do is can I put another else if?
Yes.
Yep, you can put as many else if you want. So I could put another else if. And then open close and open close. Inside this else if condition, I could have this condition saying user given number equal to 0. If I put this condition here, by the way, if you got something wrong, it's going to tell you that you got something wrong, and do read that message. It's going to help you figure out the issue. And then I could, inside this curly braces is where I need to put in my code that needs to be executed if this statement came out to be true. So I would take the system out.println, I'll just copy that whole thing and say neither, or whatever you choose. Let's execute this, see what happens. So if I put in a 0 here, this 0 is going to go to first statement right there. Compared with the negative, is it greater than 0? No, 0 is not greater than 0. This will come out to be false. Then he's going to skip this line completely, move to the next, and go here. Is 0 less than 0? Answer is still false. He's going to skip executing this line. He's going to move to next else if. And this time we got 0 here. 0 is 0 equal to 0? Answer is going to come out to be true. He's going to step inside the code block and execute this code and print out negative. All right, let's see how that works, if that works. So I hit enter and it printed out neither. Any questions so far?
No question.
Okay. The first one I always want to go slow and maybe talk more than you need me to talk. But later on, these things I will keep my mouth shut and I'll just type and I'm just gonna ask you any question, because that will be my expectation. So do drill in when I'm introducing the concept first time. If you have any doubt, drill. This is the best time for you to ask me questions on this. Anyway, we almost got it. We just have to fancy things out a little bit, and I'm not gonna fancy things out. That would be a waste of time. But what I want to do is I want to show you one more concept in here. If somebody gave me a positive number, we know we're gonna catch it with this. And if somebody gives me a negative number, we know we're gonna catch it with that. Yes? There's only one more option left, which is if they don't give me positive or negative, they must have given me a 0 or even a string. We haven't even checked if we did a string, what happens. So it's probably not even it's gonna give me an error. Let me run this again. So what if I type in my name or the word happy? Will the program flip out? Yep. It's gonna give me an error. When you see something like this, input, notice it even took me to where I need to look for. And let me take a moment to discuss this, because this might come in handy for you, okay? So I didn't plan this, by the way, but I think it will help you understand this and debugging, which will be a lot more in Selenium. Eclipse took you here something called input mismatch. Input mismatch exception. More on exception later. But with this so far, you can understand that you have provided an input that didn't match with where you're trying to store. You should be able to figure that out. Now, I want you to also look for something here. If you go into this left side, it took you down all the way to where this code error is. If you look at this right here, example 1, that generally it's somewhere down here, but usually it's either on the very top or very bottom. Notice the very bottom is my class name. Example 1 is the name of the class I gave. And look at this. It's telling me where the error is. It's on line number 20. So if I double click that right now, it should take me there. Double click right there. So it took me to line number 20. It's telling me that with the magic stick, you're trying to take a double as an input, but user provided input is different. It's not matching with the storage that you created. So there's two options. Either have the user put a proper input, or you might want to just change this to a string and say that you want to take a string with that magic stick. Are we clear about this? This is an intel that you need to use later on down the road. And I can't tell you how you're going to interpret this, but you have to figure out a way to interpret and make decisions for your software automation and how to fix your test case. Any question? Okay, just went off track a little bit. This is kind of like Selenium class, but I wanted to give that to you anyway. So let me get back to where we are. Now we know that if I don't get a positive number and I don't get a negative number, what else is going to be? It's either going to be a string or it's going to be a 0, or somebody who's not going to put a string is going to put a 0. Then I got to handle that. But I don't need a condition, because if these two conditions don't come out to be true, if the number is not positive, not negative, then I know for sure it's going to be a 0. Okay? In that case, you can just write the word else and delete all of these. If you know for sure that if I don't capture the word, if the number is not positive and this doesn't capture with this, or the number is not negative, doesn't capture with this, I am 100% sure that's gonna be nothing but 0. And then you can say you entered 0. Okay. In this case, you have skipped providing a condition. That means Java will check this. If not true, we'll check this. If not true, he's not even gonna check this. He's gonna close his eyes and definitely he's gonna go inside this and execute that statement. Okay, let's run it, see how it looks. So if I run this, restart. Don't want the debug mode. Run. Waiting for me to input a number. And here, if I type in, let's say positive 25, enter, this is a positive number. Run it again. Negative 100. That is a negative number. And if I run this with the 0, this 0, these two will not get executed, but because else it doesn't have a condition, he is gonna go and execute that and say you entered 0. Any question?
No question.
Are we good with this question here?
Yes.
Yeah, we're good with it.
Okay. What if I wanted to? I want to take this a little bit deeper now. What if I wanted to have more than one condition? Nobody asked me, can I have more than one condition here?
Yeah, you can, using those operators we were talking about earlier.
Yes. Yep. I if Shobuz, you mentioned, is there a better way to do things? Yes. You can take this code and reduce it down to almost nothing. Okay.
Okay.
You can put two conditions and place it in here. But I think this is not a good example for this one, for me to do that. Because I do have to print two different things here. Okay, so maybe let me take these are the operators that you can use to combine these conditions together. So let's take another example. But let's take 5 minutes, come back, and we'll do another example on this. Same concept, same logic, just different way of doing it.
Okay.
Are you guys back?
Yeah, we're back.
All right. Let's take a look at this one here. How about we do this? Take user input of a character and display if it is vowel. Oh, let me see. Yeah, let me do a baby step first. So take user input of a number and display if the number is between 50 and 100. Right, so let's take number 4. So creating another class. This is example 4. Class practice. Oh, by the way, I forgot. Take a look at this. You should have no issues on this left panel right here. So with this symbol, I know it's really hard for you to see. Let me zoom in. Do you see this light bulb?
Yeah.
With this yellow exclamation mark? That light bulb will not break anything. It will let you run things fine, but it will tell you how you can make your program more efficient. This didn't happen before with, and you may not even see this issue on yours, but I have Java 11, so they're getting more and more efficient. And what it's trying to tell me is that you have not closed, you opened, there's a resource leak. You opened this magic stick, but you never closed it. So if you close it, I guess Java keeps that open, but as soon as you finish your program, Java cleans up everything and closes everything out. It's not gonna be tapping into your computer memory, try to take space and things after the program is not running. But anyway, this is something recently they started doing. That is, if you put the if you close it, then it closes it out. How do I close it? That's the question now. Is all you have to do is you take this magic stick that you created and you put dot close. So you go all the way after you're done with this, everything you're done, and at the end, if you take that magic stick that you created and put a dot close, then that symbol, warning symbol, is gonna go away. It's still there because I need to hit Control S. If I press Control S, all of that errors will go away. Okay, and so I know in the past you have a lot of classes there that didn't have that dot close method used to close it. Go ahead and do that for yours. You want to clean things up. Your project should be clean. There should not be any issues, any warnings. Definitely not a red X, because if you have a red X, that might hurt you running another program. It's going to warn you and things like that. Gets it messy. So don't do that. Let me create another class. Oops, what did I do? It just turned red for me. Accidentally put in that there. Okay. Close, right click, new class, example 4, public static void main. Open this up, copy this question, and see how we're going to do this. Okay. Bring this down. And I'm going to copy this part right here. Operator part. Okay. So take user input of a number, one number, and display whether the number is between 50 or 100. So same scanner thing that we did. It's like that story, Rapunzel, 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 throw your hair down for me. You're writing the same word. I'm not going to call it magic stick this time, call it scanner, because that's how they call that in the real world. But again, you get to name that, but don't waste your brain power in figuring out what am I going to name it. Just call it that with the lowercase. Now, let's take a user input. We'll take it as a double because double covers everything. Double user input. So we named it user input. Again, Java is going to create a container called user input, and it's going to store that. And this scanner magic thing is going to give us that. Scanner dot next double, and we got that. Now we're going to do a comparison, and we're going to have if condition to cover that. So let's see how we're going to do that. Now here we got if the number is greater than 50 and less than 100. That's how it has to be for the number to be between 50 and 100. So let's discuss this a little bit here. What logical operator, relational operator that we're going to need? So if I wanted this between 50 and 100, I'm going to have to check whether the number, this user input, is A have to be greater than 50. So if I take this user input, this would have to be greater than 50. Are you with me so far?
Yep.
Okay.
Yes.
Yes.
And this same user input have to be also less than 100. Agree?
Yes, sir.
So user input also has to be less than 50. Both of these conditions have to be true. Now there's two ways we can do this.
No, it's I think I need to put 100. Is it? Yeah.
Sorry, yes. Again, there's many ways to do this. I'll show you both, so you get to choose which one you like. So first condition, it has to be greater than. Again, first condition doesn't always have to be the first condition. You devise the logic you want to. I just, out of whim, I thought I'll go with the 50 first, and then I'll talk about the 100 or compare with the 100. So if I get it true here, at this point, can I still make a decision that the number is between 50 and 100?
Yeah.
I can't. If I just check this much, whether the number is greater than 50, that is not enough for me to say that it's between 50 and 100. Yes?
Mm-hmm.
What if the number is 200? The 200 is going to be greater than 50, but is that going to be less than 100? No. So I have to compare both of these. I have to use both of these logics, okay? I can't just take one logic and the number is greater than 50. Hey, it's between 50 and 100. That's not going to be good. So this truth is still not going to tell me anything yet. I need to compare this guy as well. User input with the 100 and see if that's also less than 100. If I get true for both, only then I can decide, yes, the number is between 50 and 100. Yes?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Now, let's use what we already know. We got our if statement, open, close, and we go in here and we put in our first condition, which is user input is greater than 50. Okay?
Yeah.
If user input is greater than 50, can I still say sysout the number is between 50 and 100? Can I still claim that?
No.
I can't. You're right. I can't. I have to compare the other one too. What if this number was 200? Then this is going to be a true statement, and then it's going to come and print that. Well, that wouldn't be true. The number is not less than 100 either. So here, this is called a nested if. I can go inside this if statement and I can create another if statement right here. I can say, if the number is greater than 50, then I want Java, you to come inside here. Okay? So Java came here. And now you say, obviously, because you came down here, that means the number is greater than 50. I want you to do one more comparison. I want you to also check if the number is less than 100. So I can copy that, put it right here. Okay? Same thing. I have this open close parenthesis here. I have to have an open close curly braces here. And then I would have to put more code down here. At this point, I can say the number is between 50 and 100. Understand what's happening here. First, Java is going to compare this. Whatever number you give, let's say I gave 70. Java is going to compare this. Is 70 greater than 50? The answer will be true. True meaning Java is going to allow the executor to go inside. Otherwise, it's going to skip from here. This is the opening, this is the closing if. He's going to skip all of these and go down here. Right? Now that Java went inside, this was, let's say I put in 70, so went inside here. Now, in the next statement here, Java is comparing the 70 with the 100. It's 70 less than 100. The answer comes out true. Again, because the state condition is true, this if statement will allow Java to go even inside that block of code and execute this and print that out. With me so far?
Yeah.
What if the number wasn't, let's say I put 200. So if I say 200, this 200, is that greater than 50? The answer will be true. Java is going to allow, if statement will allow Java to go in here. Java is going to now compare this 200 with 100. Is 200 less than 100? This will be false. And he's not going to execute this statement. And he's going to jump out all the way up here. And there's no more code, nothing to execute. Let's run this and see how it looks. F11. I type in a number, 70. I hit enter. That went through these steps and then printed out the number is between 50 and 100. If I execute this again, put in 100, what do you think it's gonna be if I put 100?
It will print.
It's gonna be nothing.
It's gonna be nothing because Java is gonna compare this 100 with this 100 right here. He's gonna he's gonna first go here and compare this, and it's gonna say is 100 greater than 50. The answer will be true, so he's gonna go down here. Now he's gonna compare this. Is 100 less than 100? The answer will be false, and therefore this statement will not get executed. So let's run this again. Hit enter. I got nothing. What if I put 50? Same. I'll get nothing because this 50 is 50 greater than 50. The answer will be false. That means he's not even gonna go into this and compare that at all, and it's gonna step out. Okay, I'm gonna keep this.
If you do 30, it will also not do anything, right?
You're right. So if I choose 30, it's still not gonna. It's gonna go in here. Look for 30. Is 30 greater than 50? Answer will be false. Therefore, none of this will be executed. Java is gonna skip that. So if I run it, nothing. Okay. That's one way to handle this. At this point, if I wanted to be fancy, I could put else. And notice else does not have a condition, so I don't need a open and close parenthesis, but I do need a open curly brace and close curly brace to put the block of code there. I could now say if none of those gets executed, then just go ahead and print neither. Sys out, and I could say neither. Is that all right?
Mm-hmm.
If I run it, if I put 30, if I put 20, first statement is going to check 20. Is 20 greater than 50? Answer is no. That means this code will not get executed, and he is going to straight come out to else. Else, it doesn't have a condition. That means this will definitely get executed. So if I run this, it's going to say neither. If I put 200, okay, he's gonna go here and check this. Is 200 greater than 50? Answer is yes. That means he's gonna go down here. He's gonna check it again. Is 200 less than 100? The answer is no. He's gonna skip that. And definitely will go here, no condition. Close your eyes and go execute that. And hit enter. It's gonna say, oops. Skipped out. 200. It's not working. Who can help me fix this one? It's not recognizing this else with this guy. There's a way to fix it.
Because that the if statement is inside that
Yes, Shobos. That's right. You got it. So when something like that happens, and sometimes the different softwares will let you do different ways. So this might be a limitation for Eclipse. It's not allowing me. So what I could do is I could take this block of code, else, open curly brace, and close curly brace. I could take this, cut that from here, and I could nest it deep inside here. I could
Yeah.
put it right next to this guy and test it out and see if that works. Okay, so let's try this now. Oops.
I think you have to put if else.
Like else if?
Yes, kind of like.
I could
Yeah.
do else if, but in that case, I would have to put a condition here. Make sense? If I say else if, I'm going to have to put a condition here. But what if I didn't want to put a condition? I just wanted to just print out neither. If none of these options work, then I should be able to nest it out like this as well. And that should work as well. The other scenario, that should have also worked. Okay? I don't know why Eclipse is not allowing, but let's run this again. As long as your logic is fine, it should work just fine. So if I put 200 here, 200 is 200 greater than 50? Answer is yes. Then move on down. Is 200 less than 100? Answer is no. Then skip that. Go here, else, that means it is else, and go ahead and print neither. So 200, enter, and we got neither.
Yeah.
Okay?
Yeah.
Okay, I'm not going to delete this, but I'll show you another way to do this. The way I want to isolate this, watch this. I always go, if I want to block this code or comment this out, I'm not just going to go and pull this and comment out like this. That's going to be a problem. Look at this, I got an error. Why? Because you did not comment out, or I did not comment out properly. I did not comment from the beginning to the end. How do I know what's the beginning, what's the end? Well, if I want to comment out from this line, this is the bracket that's going to tell me where the beginning is. And if I put my cursor there and click on it, look what got highlighted right there. That means I have to take everything from this line and all the way here and comment it out. If I do that, then that's not going to give me any error. So let me do that. If I take it from here and comment this out all the way up to that, control space, I got no errors. I took it from the beginning to the end. So use that strategy. Let's go to the next line and I'll show you this. You can do it another way. You can put two conditions in one. So let me just do it right here. So I can have a if statement, open close parenthesis, and open close curly brace. I can go inside the if statement in the condition. I can have if the user input is greater than 50, I can paste that. And because I want to have one more, okay? If I want to have one more option, all I have to do is put this double %, or and symbol, which is like shift 7. Shift plus the number 7 will give you that symbol. So if I put that here twice, like that, and then that will give me the capability to choose another logic like this. Any question about this?
Nope.
No.
Simple. Two comparisons, and it doesn't stop there. You can make it as sophisticated as you want to, as far as you understand. As far as you can take this, Java will understand your logic. Now I can have this code here saying sysout number is between 50, and 100. Okay, at this point, I could say else, open, close, and say neither. Neither. Okay, now let's run this and see how that works. It's asking for a number. So if I put in 85, he's gonna first take this 85 and compare. Is 85 greater than 50? The answer will be true. He's also gonna take this user input, which is 85, and compare with this 100. Is 85 less than 100? The answer will be true.
Yes.
When you have this AND symbol, both of these reply has to be true for this to get executed. Okay? Both of them must be true for this statement to get executed. Let me write that down. With this AND symbol, all conditions must be true. All conditions must be true. With this OR symbol, only one needs to be true. Must be true. Only one. So if this 85 here is greater than 50, that's true. Less than 100, that's true. Both of them are true. He's gonna go in and execute this code, and he's gonna skip this. Totally skipped. Right? So if I hit enter, it's gonna say the number is between 50 and 100. Right? If I put in 200, 300, it's gonna go in and say, is 300 greater than 50? Answer is true. Is 300 less than 100? The answer is false. The AND will skip it because the AND is gonna need both of these conditions to be true to be able to execute this block of code. Therefore, he's gonna skip that. He's gonna go here and close his eyes and print that. Hit enter, and that comes out neither. Any question?
No.
Okay. What if I wanted to reverse this? Clearly notice that this if statement did the same thing, and notice this did the same thing. Which one is simpler?
The last one, the AND symbol that you use. Yeah.
This one
Mm-hmm.
or this one?
The first one.
Yeah.
Okay, so looks like we have mixed opinion. and
You think which one is better?
yeah,
I think the and one, the double and.
Yeah, because
Yeah, I
it's
think
not as
you
many
want-
lines of code.
Yeah, it's less.
And you don't
line.
have to do anything. Yeah.
correct. You have to, I mean, sometimes you will like this one better than the other, okay?
But it's under these circumstances, I guess.
Depends. But your brain might want to say, I get this logic better than this one. This is too complicated. And that's right for you. Sometimes it happens to me, but then I ask myself, but what's ideal? What's better? What's best for the company? Or what gives me less line of code? I want to go with the less line of code, right? So if you have to do more like this, more lines, and you have less lines, you definitely want to go for less lines. Okay, but can you get away with it? Sure. Just in that case, do this. If you can take it farther, if you can get to less lines, you are an awesome engineer compared to just a regular engineer. Okay. But again, that nobody's gonna complain. Your boss is not gonna say, "Hey, you could have done this way." Most likely, he's not even gonna look at it. It's gonna approve the code. All right. One other thing I would like to do is explain this part right here, the not. And the not just makes things opposite. Okay. So I could. I don't want to confuse with this one. I'll leave it the way it is. Let me go ahead and close the scanner and be out of this. Any question before I get out of this?
Don't need that.
Yeah, it's overflow.
Okay, so we're done with this example.
No question.
All right. Take user input. Let me do this one. Take user input and display if the number is even or odd. Okay. Now this not thing is gonna confuse you a bit. So, and again, you can get away from using it. You don't have to, but there are some situations it works so well. Example 2, I believe. So take user input, display if the number is even or odd. So here we go. Rapunzel, throw your hair down for me. Typing the same thing there. Dot in. I import that. User input, even odd. We'll do double. There's some background noise. Double user input. We're storing it in a variable called user input. We're taking the scanner and saying next double. Take next double. In that, we got the user input. Now we have to compare whether this is even or odd. Right? So you know this, that if a number can be divided by 2, what kind of number is that? Even or odd?
Even.
Even. So if they give me, let's say 8, and I can divide that by 2, and my result, the remainder, okay, result is obviously going to be 4, but what would be the remainder?
0.
Remainder is going to be 0. I don't know if you need a little refresher. So this is 8 right here, and if we divide it, here's the American way of dividing. There's that 2 right here, and 2 is going to go into 8 4 times. So 2 times 4 is 8, and remainder is 0. So if I divide these two and get remainder as 0, then that is an even number. Okay, and if they gave me, let's say 9, and I got this 2 times 4 is 8, and subtract remainder is 1, I didn't get a 0. So this would be an odd number. Are we clear about this mathematics?
Yes.
Okay, let's do this now. How do we find remainder? Anybody remembers? I just touched base on it. I didn't show you.
Yeah,
On
I think it's that.
it's called the percent symbol.
Yeah.
Okay, or the modulus. When you see this symbol right here, this is called the modulus, or percent symbol, percent. Okay, if you do the math like this, 8% 2, and Java gives you the answer of, Java is going to look for the remainder and give you the answer of 0, and that, with that answer you can determine whether this is an even or odd, and this would be even. If you do, for example, 9, user gave you 9, and you did percent 2 divided by 2, but Java is going to divide that, and whatever the remainder is, will give it to you, will return it to you, and that will be a 1. And you compare with the 0. If you see 0, then you say even. If you see no 0, you say that, and it is an odd number. Are we clear about this mathematics?
Yes.
Okay,
Yeah.
let's handle this now. So what if, so now I gotta do this mathematics. Okay, user input. So I'm gonna replace this to 8 with a, this was a mock input that we put in, but ideally it's gonna be this guy, and we don't know what it is. It's gonna be user input and then percent symbol and then 2, and we don't know what we're gonna get. If we get a 0, it's an even number. Okay, and in Java we're gonna compare this with let me not say that right now. I might confuse you. Again, user input divide percent 2 or modulus 2 or remainder 2, we are gonna get, if we get a 1, then obviously it's gonna be odd number. So let's start with that. We are going to do this mathematics and put this in a something called remainder. Okay, so we can have a double variable called remainder. Okay, so I created a container called remainder, and in here I can take the user input, which is whatever they give me. I put the percent symbol and do that divided by 2, and that's it. Any questions here? What's going to happen is this user input will get divided by 2, and whatever the remainder is, it's going to be stored in this something called remainder container. And we're going to take this container and see if this has a 0 in it or if this has a 1 in it. If it has a 0 in it, then it's going to be even number. And if it has a 1 in it, it's going to be odd number. So we just did that. Can I do all of this in that if statement? Sure. It will get very complicated for you. I wouldn't recommend doing that, but it can be done. So I would write if remainder. Now I could say if remainder, oops. What? What would I say? Come on, somebody help me out.
Not equal to 0 or
Okay.
equal to 0.
So I could say if remainder not equal to 0,
Then
And
this
then
out odd.
this is odd number. With me so far?
Yes.
If remainder is not equal to 0, then this is odd number, and we could say else. Do we need to say else? We do need to say else. And say, print out, this is even number. Because you gotta print both the option. Let's run this, and we're gonna keep changing it and see if it still you understand the logic behind it. That there's a 1,000 ways to skin a cat. So if I put in a number, let's say 15, this 15 is gonna get in here, user input. We're gonna divide this by 2. After dividing it by 2, the remainder is gonna be what? Remainder is gonna be either a 0 or a 1.
1.
So it's gonna be a 1. That 1 is gonna get stored in this variable called remainder.
Odd.
We're gonna go right here. This if statement is gonna look for remainder. Is remainder not equal to 0? Is that gonna be a true statement? It's too much for you to think right now. 15 divided by 2 with the remainder is gonna be a 1. That 1 is gonna get stored right here. You're comparing this number 1 and you're saying not equal to 0. Is that a true statement or a false statement?
True.
It's a true statement. The 1 is not equal to 0 is a true statement. Guys, this is where people get confused. People are like, why is it a not is a true statement? I thought not is supposed to be false. Well, this is where you have to separate your brain of being a not and still be true. Okay? That's the threshold that you have to reach. So here, the remainder, which is a 1, is not equal to 0. Java says, that's a true statement, that it is not equal to 0. Then I'm going to let you go inside and execute that. And I'm going to let you skip all this. Okay. And if I run this, it's going to print out the number. This is odd number. What if I type in something else? Let's say, oops. I type in 20. This 20 is going to get divided by 2. And the remainder is going to be what?
Even.
0.
The remainder is going to be 0. Java is going to look here. Is remainder 0 not equal to 0? That totally threw you off, didn't it? If 0 not equal to 0.
The true, yes?
It's going to be false.
Ah, Jesus.
Yes. It's remainder not equal to 0.
Oh, it's a false. Yeah.
Remainder 0 is 0 not equal to 0. First of all, ask yourself, is 0 equal to 0? Tell me true or false. If I say 0 is equal to 0.
False. 0 is not equal to 0 is false.
Right, but take a step back. Ask yourself first, 0 equal to 0, true or false?
True.
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 Now ask yourself just the opposite. 0 not equal to 0. What should be your answer?
False.
Then this should be false. 0 not equal to 0. Then that's false. So go back to the true first. Ask yourself, 0 equal to 0. Is that true or false? True. Then 0 not equal to 0. That will be false. And this false statement meaning he's not going to execute this. He's going to execute this line. So if I run this now, he skipped that. This is an odd number and went in here and closed his eyes and printed this is an even number. Any question?
Yes, but I think it's logically it's not perfect, right? Because we put the logic as 0 is not equal to 0 to show as an even number. So I mean, it's working, but logically, do you think we did it correctly?
No, this is not the best way to do this.
Yeah.
And if I mean, will it work? Sure. Does it drive somebody reading your code nuts? Yes. They're probably going to pull their hairs out before they understand what you're trying to do. Most likely, some developers will probably not even want to look at it. And the more complicated you make your code, chances are it might fail some way. There might be some flaw there. Unless you are super sound with your logic, we should try to avoid the not thing. Okay, not is always confusing. So can it be done in a positive way? Of course it can. Who can tell me how I can positively do this?
I think we need to put equal to 0, like double equal.
Double equal to. I could say when remainder is equal to 0, then I would say this is a even number. Else, it's odd number. So if I run this, I could put, let's say, 55. As soon as I do 55, Java will ask, what is the remainder? 55 divided by 2, remainder is going to be 1. Right? Remainder is a 1. Is 1 equal to 0?
No.
That means this will not get executed. Automatically, this will get executed. So if I run it, this is an odd number that got executed. If I put an even number, execute, $66. 66 divided by 2, remainder came out to be 0. Is 0 equal to 0? Answer is true. If it's true, execute this statement, which is right here. This is even number. Skip this altogether. Any question? Okay. I want you to look at one more thing before we move out of here.
I have one question. Like this is you use that input that use when you use the double, then you use the user input, then remainder 2, right?
Mhm.
You can do it with the scanner things or not? Like, is there any when you do the user input dot, does it show any reminders?
No, it doesn't.
It doesn't. Okay.
I mean, it might, but I don't know.
Oh.
You might even stumble on something if you research, but not that I know of. And good question though. So I'll leave this here. I want to just make things a little more messy for you, just to throw you out there. block this code here so you can see all these examples. What if I wanted to put a not symbol right here? I can do that. I have to put this whole thing in bracket, this condition. So I have to put another set of bracket, this bracket, and another bracket. It's like mathematics. You can do all sorts of math in here, in this condition. All right, so let's see what's gonna happen here and how we're gonna change things. So suppose the user gave me 8. 8 got divided by 2 and the remainder came out to be 0 that got stored here. So question is first of all, you go deep inside. Don't look at that not. Don't look at that not first. Always go deep inside the parentheses. Is 0 equal to 0? Give me a true or a false.
True.
True. First, write that down, that statement came out to be true. But with this exclamation, what this guy is going to do is he's going to flip this true to a
False.
False.
He's going to flip it to a false. No matter what comes, he's going to flip it. If it comes out false, he's going to flip it to a true. If he comes out true, he's going to flip it to a false. So this is just the flipper. I know they call it not, like the word not, but not is sometimes can get confusing. So he's not always going to make things false. He's going to make true to false, but also he's going to make false to true. He has the capability of flipping things. So because this interior part came out to be true, but he flipped it to a false, that means he's not going to execute this. That means if I give 8, this particular piece of code will not get executed. This will get executed. That means I need to write the word even right here if I wanted to modify that. So if I wanted to do it that way, which is totally nuts, but it works, I would put even right here and then put odd right there, and it will still work. So if I run this and put 53, this is odd number. If I go in here and put 98, this is even number. It still works fine. What if I put negative number? Negative 35. This is odd number. And negative 52. This is even number, still works. Any question about this?
No questions.
All right, we're done with if else statement. And again, well, we're doing backward, guys. I'm giving you the example first, then taking you to presentation. There's your syntax. This is what you just learned. You learned that this is how you're going to write the if statement. What does it do? It executes a block of code based on any true condition. So this whole condition has to be true, and there goes your block of code right there. There's that else if, there's that else. Come back in here as your reference if you forget something. We'll take 5 minutes break and come back and show you how to use this keyword called switch. This is a fancy way of doing if statement. Let's take 5 minutes break. Any questions before we go?
No question.
All right. Hey, you all back?
Yes.
Yes, we're there.
Okay, awesome. Let's take an example of how we're gonna do this with switch. Take a day of the week input from user and display which day it is. Let's take this one. Switch is kind of like the if statement. You will see the difference. So talk about it after. Let's first see how it's going to be used. It's called switch because it works like a switch. You turn it on or you can turn it off. And if you've seen a switchboard, I don't know. There are these phone lines, and you've seen it in a TV, some Morse codes and things, and they have these connections, and they connect, and then that works. And the ones that are turned on and ones that are off, it doesn't work. So essentially, that's how this is going to work. Let's call it example 6. All right, in here, I'm going to paste the question. Take a day of the week input and from user and display which day it is. Okay. You can tell me after I show you if there is any difference or any usability of this if you feel like it. So first, we'll do the same thing. We take a user input. So scanner equal new scanner system dot in import, and let me go ahead and tell the user what to input. So sysout type a number for the day of the week. Okay, and in here, if I hit an enter, computer Eclipse will give you this plus sign so you can continue typing. Not necessarily it's gonna give you a separate line, but it's gonna let you continue typing instead of going farther to the right side. So let's say if I wanted to say you can type in we'll call it starting from Monday. Is there 1? Tuesday. Is 2. Let's see how this prints out. So if I run this so far, it does type a number for the day of the week. Monday came right here. Tuesday, it's not looking good. Without having another system out print, who remembers what can I do inside this quotation mark so that this whole thing Monday drops down here and writes it on a separate line? Who can tell me that? Who remembers?
It's not, is it next line?
Yeah, I can do next line. I can have another sysout and do that right here to get a next line. But what if I didn't want to do that and I wanted to keep things simple and type this out in one statement. I'll give you a little clue. It's called the escape sequence. Escape, Java escape sequence. I'll keep giving you the clue. Let's see if you can pick up. It starts with a backward slash and a letter.
/n, I think.
/n. Correct. So if I do a backward slash n, right, and run this, notice that Monday and -1, this whole chunk just ended up going to a separate line just because I typed that. With me? If I did the same thing for this and run it, that Tuesday, type Tuesday for 2, it's gonna go into the separate line. All right? I can go inside this quotation and hit another enter. That will give me this plus sign together. If I didn't put my cursor inside this quotation and hit an enter, I won't get this plus sign. It won't give me that. But I want it. I wanted to concatenate all this. So a backward slash n, I would do Wednesday. Does it matter if I put a space here? No. It will get a space right there. Do I have to do it? Nope. But if you want to, you can. All right, let me type up the rest of the thing, unless if you have any questions, you can ask me. So backward slash n, Thursday 4, Friday 5, Saturday 6, Sunday 7. Run it. User gets to see this. Any questions so far?
No question.
You can already understand that for this project, when you're going to print this, enter which operation you can do this technique for this display. You can have add, subtract, multiply, divide. You can have a number for it, okay, if you want to. Or you can just have the user type in add, type in subtract. That's up to you how you want to do this. Anyway, I'll give you all the tools and you decide how you want to bring them together. So now, if user types in 1, you are supposed to print out it is Monday, or something about Monday, okay? What is Monday called? It's probably a sad day to be back to work. So what I can do is I will take the user input of this number and store it somewhere. What kind of storage do I need? What kind of variable do I need to store this number?
Integer.
Correct. Int, I will say number equal to, or int user input. This is user input. And I'm going to say scanner dot next int. It is important that I know where I'm going to save it, because that tells me what type of magic spell I need. Scanner dot, this time I need a magic spell for getting next int. That's my magic spell. That's going to give me the next int. I'm going to store it right here, and then I'm going to do something with it. So this is where you're going to make decision. Can I do this with an if statement? Sure. You could say if user input is equal to 1, sysout Monday is a work day. Okay, if I run this, first it's asking me enter, type a number, and if I type a number, let's say 1, this 1 is going to go in here, scanner.nextInt, user input is going to be 1. Is 1 equal to 1? The statement will come out to be true, and this will get executed. So if I run this now, it's going to print Monday is work day. I could do the same thing else if, and do this with the if statement. But a fancier thing to do is called switch. How do you do that? You type the word switch, all lowercase, SWITCH. And then you ask yourself, based on what do I need to switch things? And that goes into these parentheses. Okay? Now, based on the user input is what we're going to create this switch. So if I take that user input, that's all I have to put in here. That's it. Okay? That's it. Let's revisit this. So there's a switch. You have to put in a variable name. What is that variable that you're going to create this switch with? All right? And then next thing you're going to do is put a open and close, just like you did that for if statement. If statement had a relational condition here, switch does not. Switch just has the variable. That's your first difference between if and switch. Other than that, look at the structure is the same. Open, close parenthesis, open, close curly braces. Now, inside the curly brace, there is something different. You have to write the word case. Okay? So there's going to be multiple cases. Case, and you put in what? If user input is a 1, so you put in case 1. You put the actual value. If the user enters this, you don't have to put any bracket or whatsoever here. You just say case 1 for that input 1, and you put a colon, and now you put your block of code here. So the case and the value that you're supposed to get from that variable is you put that there with the colon, and you have your block of code, right? So pay attention. I got this user input. Inside I have a case value. If user input value is 1, I want you to execute this code, which is sysout. And in here you type in Monday is work day. Okay. And then you can do the same thing again. You can go to the next line and you can type in another for case. And what do you expect the value to be for this user input? So if it's 2, then you can say system.out Tuesday is called day 2. with me so far?
Yes.
If I print this, let me do one more. I can copy this block and say case if the variable user input is 3, then I want you to execute this. 3 happens to be Wednesday. So I would say Wednesday is hump day. Wednesday is hump day. All right. At this point, I can execute the code. So let's see. Oops. There you go. Run. I have enough to execute the code. Let's go up here. And let's see what happens. It's asking for a user input. If I put in a 1, okay, if I put a 1, this 1 is going to become this user input. Every case is going to get compared. Every one of them. Okay? He's going to come, Java is going to come to this first one. And he's going to check, is this user input 1? Is the value of the user input 1? If that's true, he's going to execute this code. Okay? Now watch this, what happens. What happened?
It printed it all out.
It printed them all up. Okay. Take a look at the difference here, though. What if I put 3? What if I put user input as a 3 and enter? It only printed that. So what's happening here?
Mm.
It'll only print the case, whichever you're on, and everything after. So if you did 2, it should be Tuesday and Wednesday, but not Monday, I'm assuming.
Correct. This does
So if you had 1, it print everything.
Yeah, sorry. This does not have the capability like the if statement that it's able to skip it. If was able to skip and check the condition and move away from there. This will by default, if I put in a 2, like Tony said, and if I hit an enter, it's gonna skip this one because the case is not, user input is not 2, so it's not gonna go in here. But unfortunately, when it enters the switch, like let's say 2, when that 2 and 2 matches, he is all in. He's gonna execute that, he's gonna execute this, he's gonna continue and see if there's anything else once he enters the switch. When you turn on that switch, the light is gonna turn on. Okay, so if I do that now, it's gonna say Tuesday is day 2 and Wednesday is hump day, and that got printed out, both of these, which is a problem. We gotta fix that because that's not what we want. And in some cases, that's what we want. In some cases, that might be something you want. When you don't want that, you have to choose a keyword. You have to put in a keyword right after each and every one of these cases at the very end. Before you hit another case, you write the word called break. Okay? So what happens is, if I choose a 1 right now, if I didn't have the break and I picked a 1, it would print me all of them. It's gonna print that. He entered the switch. Now everything is gonna turn on. He's gonna print me that Tuesday is day 2. He's gonna print me Wednesday is hump day. Wednesday is hump day. That's what happened. But if I use break, he's gonna execute this code and he's gonna break the switch and come out of it. he won't execute these guys. Okay, so watch this. If I choose a 1, if I select a 1 and enter, it only printed Monday is workday. Right here, user input was 1, he went into the switch, turned on, executed, he broke out of the switch and exited. None of these will get executed. But what if I choose 2? What do you think the output is going to be?
Two and three is gonna change.
Correct. The 2 and the 3 will get printed out, both. Because I don't have a break here. I don't have a break here either. So if I put in a 2 and hit enter, it's going to go into 2, switch is going to get turned on. It's going to print out Tuesday is day 2, which is right here. And then it's also going to go, there's no break. It's not breaking it. It's going to go continue doing that and execute all this code right here. That means for you to devise this properly, you would have to put break after every single one of these statements. With me so far?
Yes.
Okay. So if I were to construct this farther, I would copy this, put my cursor here, put an enter, and paste it. Change this to a 4 and call it it is Thursday. Okay, next one. And notice it's giving me an error saying you already got 4 here, you got another 4, you got to change that. Of course, I'll do it. Just hold on, man. And it is Friday. And 6. Oops, made a mistake here. Escape. Copy that. 6. It is sit around day. And 7. Last one. Oops. It is fun day.
Not fun day, class day.
How could you be so mean to me? I thought that it was fun. Anyway, so we got this break, and let's go ahead and try this out. So bring it here so you can see the code too, the lengthy code. Execute. This got printed out. If I put in 5, enter, it is Friday. Run it again. If I put in 7, it is fun day. Okay. It works, right? Any questions so far?
No.
No questions.
What happens if I put 0? I got nothing. How are we going to handle that when people are going to enter all these ridiculous things? Let's say if I put a 200. There is a way you can handle this, and that's called default. So just like you wrote this case, just like we had the else statement in if statement, you can come right here and put an enter and type the word default. default. There is no number needed. Just like the else statement did not have a condition, you don't need anything. You just put a colon, and you can print out something here. Sys out and say that number is not recognized. That is not a valid number. And this will get executed. If none of these work, then Java is going to come to the default and execute this, and you don't need a break statement here because there is nothing else. Java skipped all of these anyway. There's nothing else to break out of. If you put break statement there, it's not going to throw you any kind of error, but it's just not going to do anything. So if I run it now, and because I have that default, if I put in 300, he's going to go through these. This user input is 300. He's going to check. Is that 300? Nope. Case for 300? Nope. 2, 3? Nope. 4? Nope. 5, 6, 7? Nope. Okay. Default 300 is not a part of any of these. Let's go ahead and execute this statement right here. So if you hit enter, it's going to say that is not a valid number, and that gets executed. Question?
No questions.
Who can tell me what is the fundamental difference or some of the differences that you see based on switch versus if statement?
In if statement, you can combine versus can you combine and switch? Like you have to on a switch, you have to like user input is greater than 50 and user input is less than 100. Can be put on one line, but in case or in a switch, you just have to only assign like okay, switch, then the what variable we're talking about, user input, and then create all these cases.
Yes, that's correct. What he mentioned is that notice in this if statement, you have multiple conditions. You got a condition here, you got a condition there. First of all, do I even have a single condition here? Do I have a relational operator?
No.
Nope.
I don't even have a relational operator anywhere. Okay, I'm not comparing the user input with a relational operator, like let's say greater than 0 or something. They won't let you do that. So that's one difference. In switch, you only work with one variable. Okay, one variable. And you want to check the value of that variable, and that's what you put in right here on the cases. On if statement, you can take that variable and twist it and negative relational logic. You can put it with the and then or. There's so much more you can do with if statement that you can't do with this switch and case. But can you imagine if I were to put if statement? I could do this with if statement. If user input equals to 1, then execute this code. Again, else if user input equal to 2, execute this code. I wouldn't need this break in there. So it's totally doable, but when there's only one user input and there's a set number of values, this looks prettier. Switch looks prettier and fancier versus if I were to put a lot of if statements and if statements and if statements. Okay. Question. Could I put an if statement here? Will that be allowed?
I don't know. Is it allowed?
Yes. When
Okay.
I say block of code, that means
Okay, within this case. Okay, got it. Yes.
with the case, and then you have a block of code. It doesn't matter what kind of code you have. You can have any code inside any code, inside any code, and inside any code. You get the idea? As long as you follow the syntax, you can embed it, twist it, and make it as complicated as you want to, and Java is able to handle it. Whether other people are able to handle your structuring of the logic, that's a different story. But as long as you follow the rules, it will work. Okay? If no more questions, then moving on to the next topic. Any last questions on this switch? Execute a block of code based on one variable value. All right. Now let's take a look at loops. Again, that's very important class, and I don't know if I would need maybe another hour or 2 hours, but I want to take my time and make sure that you get this, because we're going to be using this like on when we do automation. It's going to be on a daily basis. Okay, and I'm going to go pretty fast on this, and I would expect you to understand this on the fly. So let's take an example here and see which one I want to do. Write a Java program that determines a student's grade. No. Print even numbers from 0 to 100. Let's do that. So that's example 9. Creating a class called example 9. It didn't close scanner.out.close. Click new example 9. Static void main. Okay, you can mute yourself if there's background noise. Let's take 9. Okay, so let's set up something here. Print even numbers from 0 to 1. I know I can print sys out we could definitely do it this way. 2, 4, 6. Wouldn't that be tedious, guys?
Yeah.
Oh man, 2, 4, 6, 8. How many? I mean, I have to write all of them, like up to 100. That's a lot to write. There has to be a better way to do this. Print all even numbers. So take a look at this. There is a piece of code called loop. Okay, or loops. Loops mean circle. Okay, like loop 12. You heard of that if you are in Dallas Fort Worth area. It's a circle. It closes, it comes back, and loops around and circling around. That's what loop means. In programming language, loops allow you to execute code multiple times. Okay, that's what loops do. Allows you to execute code multiple times. No matter which programming language you learn, the idea is the same. The syntax may be a bit different. I'm going to start with something called a for loop. Okay, you type the word for, and then you do the same thing just you did with if statement. You have the open close parenthesis. This is where your condition is going to go. And you have your open close curly braces. This is where your block of code is going to go. I'm going to hit a couple of enters to create a space for me to put code, right? That's it. Now, let's see what we're going to do. Whenever you're trying to create a loop, you have to be careful. Why? Because you could potentially, you need to know when to stop that. Because if you have something loop around and you don't have a handle on when to stop it, this will continue forever in Java. And that would crash your company's site or whatever, whatnot. So you have to know when to start the loop, when to stop the loop, okay? And that idea, all of that condition goes in here, right? And the code that you want to keep repeating, that goes inside the block. Any questions so far?
No.
Okay. So in here, this is how you're going to do this. There's three parts, okay? One is called initiation. Let me take you in here. Initialization, right? So you will want to initialize, it's like, when do you want to start the loop? And you want to create a variable right in here. So there's three parts. Just pay attention to these three parts. Just hold on 1 second, please. So we got part number one, initialization. When to start. 2, condition. When to stop. And 3, increment or decrement. Each revolution. Condition for each repetition or each cycle. All right. This is it's going to clear up as we do this more. So as we go deeper. First part, I want to do initialization. You have to create a variable here, right in here, called int, and give it a name. Typically, they don't want to write too much, so they call it I. Int I equal, and give it 0, and put a semicolon. That's your first part of that loop that you're going to create. Okay, you're saying when I is 0, you start with that, and that's when you're specifying when to start. Can I use as 1? Sure, you can, but just see how it works first, then it will make sense to you. Second part is condition. When to stop. Now you take this and you have to determine when to stop it. If it starts with a 0, you can say, I want it to stop at 10. So I could say, when I is equal to, when I is less than or equal to 10. Okay? So when this I reaches 10, it's going to shut down. And the last part is increment or decrement. In this particular case, it's going to start with the 0. I want it to stop when it reaches 10. I want to increment it. Increment meaning add 1 to it or increase it. Decrement means make it smaller or decrease it. So here, I am going to increment this. Do you remember this symbol, plus, plus?
Yes.
I can take this variable, and if I put a plus, plus, it's going to add 1 to it. Each time it's going to add 1 to it. Let's do this and see how this works, okay? What I can do, I can have my sysout right here. And I can print out this I right there. You know, that's a variable. Java created a spot for you. All right. In this spot, Java created, he called it I, or you named it I. The first number you put in is 0, so you put it's 0 right now. Okay. Here's what's going to happen. This is your first part, and this is what you got. It's going to come right here, and it's going to look at this next thing. Java is going to ask, is the value of I less than or equal to 10? Because 0, right now it's 0. If 0 is less than 10, this is true. If this comes out to be true, if the condition comes out to be true, remember the center part is condition. That comes out true, he's going to execute this code. It's going to jump in here, execute the code. It's going to print out 0. All right, this is the output. Output is going to be 0 first. And then immediately after printing everything or executing all the code, he's going to do the last thing, which is increase that I by 1. By plus plus meaning he's going to delete that and add 1 to it, and it's going to equal to 1. So 1 is going to become the new value. Okay, it's going to be the 1, number 1. So now I is 1. This part is done. This was done once, and it doesn't look at it again. He comes back in here, and he's going to keep doing this too. So now the value of I has turned to a 1. He's going to compare the 1 with the 10. Is 1 less than or equal to 10? The answer is true. If it's true, he's going to execute this code and print out the value of I, which happens to be a 1. So this 1 is going to get printed out right here. With me so far? Same thing is going to happen. Now he's done with all the code. He's going to increment again. This 1 is going to become now a 2. He's going to come right here and check, Is 2 less than or equal to 10? The answer is true. That means he's going to come and execute this code, and this code meaning print the value of I, which happens to be 2. The number 2 is going to get printed out. It's going to keep on doing this all the way till 10. Here's what's going to happen when this, after the 10, he's going to increment this value one more, and this will become 11. The value of I is going to become 11. He's going to come right here. For loop is going to check, is 11, the value of I is 11, less than or equal to 10. The answer this time will come out false, and he is going to break out of this loop and not execute anything anymore, and the whole cycle stops. Let's print it out and see how it looks. So I'm gonna just get rid of this part right here. You don't need that. So if I run this now, I don't even have to do anything. It's just gonna print it out real fast. Okay, so watch this. I'm just gonna hit run. Right there. Notice it first went in. Initial value was 0. That was set. Compared, is I less than 10? Correct, true. Print out the value of I. Got printed out. Now increment the I with a 1. This 0 became a 1. Next cycle goes back in here, checks. Is 1 less than 10? True. Then go in here and print the value of I, which is 1, and that got printed out. Add 1 more to it. Becomes a 2. Compare. Is 2 less than 10? Yes. Go print the value of 2. And there you go. Print it. Keep on doing this until you got this became 11. Is value of 11 less than or equal to 10? Answer came out no. False. So go ahead and exit out and move on to the next line. With me so far?
Yes.
Question, guys.
No question so far.
All right. Now, well, that doesn't print our even numbers, does it? It doesn't. It's printing everything. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Well, what if I didn't want to increment it by 1? If I increment it by 2, wouldn't that give me the even number? So I could do whatever kind of increment I want to do in there. That's totally allowed. All right, let's see how we're going to do this. I could say I equals I plus 2. Okay, I want you to understand what happens. So let's run this first. Oops, I keep on opening that one. I need to get rid of that. Keep forgetting. This pen tool is better. All right, so the value of I is 0 initially, so it's stored. Imagine this right here. I'm going to do a long line because we're going to change things up. So this is the value of I. and I set to 0, and I'm comparing right here, is the value of I less than 10 is 0 less than 10, correct? Then go execute this code, which is print the value of I, 0 got printed. Now you take this value of I and you replace whatever in there with taking the value of I and adding 2 to it. So you are doing 0 plus a 2, and that gives you the result as equals to 2. And that 2, with this equal sign, you're telling Java to go replace it in the spot for I. That means Java goes in and deletes that 0 and does the 0 plus 2 and gives you a, let me do this, erase that part, does a 0 plus 2 and gives you a 2. And with system out, because the 2 is less than 10, therefore it prints out that value of 2, and that 2 got printed out. Same thing again, that got printed, it goes back up again. Oops, excuse me. Delete. So it has done one revolution, and now it goes back up again. Goes back up. This is done already. Value of I is 2 this time. Goes in here, checks, is 2 less than 10? Correct. Print out the 2. That 2 got printed out. This 2 now gets incremented by another 2. 2 plus 2, I is now a 4. This got changed, I became 4. Java goes back up again and checks, is I less than 10? Is 4 less than 10? Answer is correct. Then go in here, go print the value of I, which is 4, and that got printed out. Last thing, he's gonna increment it. The 4, I's value is 4, plus the 2 to it. Now you got a 6. Store 6 here. So he stored 6, and he goes back out again. Checks. Is value of 6 less than 10? Answer is yes. Then go down here. Print that, which is 6. Got printed out. All right. Next thing, after you've done all of this code, go to the last thing, which is increment or decrement. You got the 6 plus 2, that gave you 8. 8 got stored in the place of I. That's gone, that's gone. Now it's 8. Let's go back up again and check. Is 8 less than 10? Yes, that got printed. Same thing again. Same thing for 10. Right after the 10, he goes back up here and he increments this 10. Let me clean this up. So after the 10, I's value is now 10. He goes back up. He executed this. He took the 10, added with the 2. He got 12 and stored in the place of I. So now no longer 10, it's 12. And then he moves back up in the for loop again. He goes in here. This is already done. First part is only the first part. Condition he's going to check, is the value of I less than 10? Is 12 less than 10? No. This came out to be false. Whenever this condition reaches false, he skips executing this code and jumps out of here and starts executing the next line of code, and therefore nothing else got printed out. That 12 did not get printed out. Any question? Give me some feedback. Did you get this? Do you think it's understandable? Where are you at?
Yeah, I get it. I think it's pretty straightforward. So, yeah, I'm good with it.
Okay. Who can tell me how do I fix this so that this 0 doesn't get printed out? Only from this 2 through 10. What do I do? What do I change here? Take an educated, good guess.
I equals 0 whenever you set int variable in the beginning. Honestly, I equals 2.
Correct. We have it 0 initially, and that's why that 0 got printed out. Well, if we don't want that 0 to be included, we could start with the 2. Initially, we could set its value to a 2, and that should do it. So let's do that. I'll go in here, and I would change that to a 2. If I execute my program now, it's gonna skip the 2, skip the 0, and it's gonna start with a 2 and then go all the way to 10. Understand, our question says print even numbers from 0 to a 2. 0 is not an even or an odd number. Therefore, you should not include the 0. And we're almost there. We're almost there. We did not include the 0. We got the 2. Who can tell me this only prints all the way to 10? How do I change it so that it prints all the way to 100? Other than Tony.
We need to do I less than equal to 100.
Correct, Shavuz. Our condition right here, the loop stopped when the value of I reached 10. We gotta stop it. We gotta let it go on a little bit more. If we put 100, it's gonna stop at 100 and it's not gonna go any further than that. So if I run it now, I got all the way from 2, keeps going, incremented by 2, and goes all the way to a 100, and it stops. What if I change this value, this less than or equal to, and change this to just less than? Who can tell me what's gonna happen?
It is stop at 98.
It's gonna stop at 98 because it's gonna go to 100. Value of I is gonna be 100, and he's gonna compare. Is I less than 100? Answer will be false. Is 100 less than 100? No, that's not true. Therefore, this will not get executed. So here's how it's gonna be. 98. So you can devise this the way you want to just by putting some of these symbols. Sometimes it takes a bit of a play around with it for you to figure things out, and you gotta spend that time to play with these things. Notice that first part, second part, and third part are separated by semicolon. This is important, this part of the syntax. That's how you separate the instantiating or initialization, condition, and increment or decrement right here. Okay? What if I wanted to, who can tell me, what if I wanted to print all the even numbers from 100 to 0? I want it in a decrementation. Like it's going to start with the 100, then it's going to go down to 0. How do I structure this? Just yell out.
I think we need to do I equal to 100, then less than equal to 0.
Absolutely. You want to start this with 100 because we started with the 2, it started with the 2. If we start this with 100, it's going to start with 100. But will this condition work?
No, you got to flip the less than to greater than sign.
Yeah, if I run this program now, it's going to keep on going and it won't stop. And that's not going to be good. I don't want to do that. You can try it out on yours. You have to probably exit out the whole thing to stop that. But so I want it to be when it's 0 to stop. But is that it? So let's say it's going to start at 100, and it's going to stop at 0. It's going to stop right here at 0. But
I need to do
Shouldn't
I
be equal to sign.
huh?
Should it be a I is greater than equal to 0?
Like right here?
No,
This
so
part?
right now we have, on the second part, whenever we're doing the condition when to stop, it's saying I is less than or equal to 0. Is that going to make sense, or should it be a greater than or equal to 0?
You're correct. So I has to be greater than or equal to 0. You have to also flip that.
Yeah.
Greater than or equal to 0. So it's gonna, when the value of I is -1, for example, it's gonna start with the 100 and it's gonna keep on going lower and lower. And if you don't change this, if you have to stop it, meaning any number greater than or equal to 0, and you stop. If you don't put it out, if it's the other way around, it's gonna continue for infinite loop.
Yeah, forever.
Okay, but what about here?
You gotta do minus.
Yes, because over here you got the I 100, and if you're adding the 2 to it, you're not gonna get 98. You're gonna get 102. You're going the opposite direction. So therefore, if you put a negative right here, -2, then your first number is gonna be a 100, and then you're gonna minus it 2 by 98, and then 96 and 94, and therefore it's gonna come and be the way you want it to. So let's run this. There you go. 100 first, that 100. Print it out, decrement it by 2, check to see if it's 0. No, it's not. Go print out another one. Decrement again, decrement, keep decrementing and printing. Keep printing that. Keep printing that until it hits 0. It checks right here, 0. Yeah, go ahead and print 0 because 0 is equal to 0. But then 0 minus 2 became -2. He comes back up here. Is -2 greater than or equal to 0? Answer is false. Therefore, this does not get executed anymore, and Java exits this for loop setup. Any question? I'm gonna fix this because this is gonna be your notes, so I will just have that to the way it was there. I is less than or equal to 0, and +2. Run that, and it gives you, it should be 100. Run it. 0 through 100 with the even numbers. Okay, here's a pop quiz. What if I wanted these numbers to get incremented by 5? Goes to Haley. I want to print this number incremented by 5, like 5, 10, 15, 20. How would I do that?
Sorry, we're having technical difficulties with our microphone. I'm trying to think. Wouldn't it be the
Yeah, focus right here.
the I equals I plus would be 5?
Correct. Correct. So if you put a I plus 5
Oh, my mic.
and then run it, it's gonna add 5, 10, 15, 20. the way you want to increment, you want to focus on that increment part of the logic. Where you want to stop it, you want to look for the center part, which is the condition for stopping it. And where you want to start, you want to put your eyes on the start or initialization part of that logic. And then you can handle it and devise it the way you want to. Any questions before we move on? Let's take a look at another example. Write print even numbers, we got that. Print number 1 through 100 incremented by 5, you just did that. Keep asking user what day of the week is today until the user gets it right. I need to explain some other ones here, okay? These guys right here, while loop and do while loop. So let's take a look at these before I move on to the other one. Print number 1 through 100 skipping. Okay, I gotta cover that as well. All right. We're gonna call this do while loop.
Can you get 5 minutes break?
Yes. Let's take 5 minutes break. All right, guys, I think that break was good. Got a little refresher before moving on to the next concept. You all here?
Yep, we're here.
Okay. If you understood for loop, the next two loop that I'm going to show you is going to be piece of cake. So let's do this really quickly. I don't have an example for it. We'll just do a class. We're going to call it while loop. And real quickly show you, and I'll have the notes for you. You can do any one of those loops of your choice. There's no one is better than the other sometimes. It all works. As long as you make it work, that's all that matters. No personal preference. So this, we're going to make this question up. We're going to call it display 0 to 100 incremented by 3s. Okay. So how are we going to do that? Obviously, we can do that by for loop. But what you can do, you can also use something called a while loop. In while loop, you have to create, instead of, let me just do it with the for loop real quickly. No, don't want to confuse you. You want to create the variable int I. You want to initiate it at the very beginning, like that. You create a storage int I equals 0, and you created a place to store that. Then you type in while the word while, all lowercase, and you put a condition right here with the parentheses, just like the if statement that you've done before. Okay, and you put curly braces, open and close, and there's gonna be your block of code. If you say the word while, this will keep on looping. All right, and here's your condition right here. When do you want it to stop looping? Okay, so you could say while, if I wanted to print out of 100, your condition, that center part is gonna go right here. You would say I is less than or equal to 100. That means when it hits 100, or if it's less than 100, continue looping. But if this condition fails, if I becomes greater than 100 or fails this condition, then break it, break the loop. And now I could print out sys out, and in here I could print the value of I, which was 0 first. I had to take that and print it here. If I execute this code, who can tell me what's missing?
The increment.
You're right. I got the initialization. I got the condition where it needs to stop, but am I changing the value of I? Is the value of
No.
I getting changed? The answer is no. If I run this at this point, I want to do it. It could crash my system. Oh, look what happened. It keeps on printing, still printing. It's printing 0. You will see at the very bottom, it's like blinking. It's gonna continue forever. I would have to forcefully stop it. I can't remember. There's a stop.
If you press the red button under the com, that will work or not?
There is usually a stop button comes up, or there's a way to shortcut key to quit. I know it for IntelliJ. I'm not very sure with this one. And run. Okay, what if I fix this and, oh, this one here. There you go.
Yeah.
You're right. So that square red icon, that will stop the execution. Otherwise, it was keep on going. You would have to put incrementation somewhere inside this code block, right? Either you do it here or you do it after this code. It doesn't matter. If I now take this I and do a plus plus, which is incremented by 1, and run it, it's going to print me all the way from 0, and it's going to increment it by 1, and it's going to print it out till all the way 100. If I want to increment it by a 3, Loretta, want to take a shot? How would I increment this by a 3? Instead of this, what do I have to write here?
3.
Not just 3.
Oh.
How would I? First, I have to.
5.
First, I have to add 3 to it. Yes.
Yes.
So I have to add,
Yes.
but I also have to save the result in somewhere. Where should I save it?
Yes.
Correct. I took the value of I added 3 to it, and the result, I'm also going to save it back into the variable I. That means I would have to write the letter I and put an equal sign here. Then Java, what it does is it's going to take this value of I, which was 0, added 3 to it, got a 3, whatever the result is, which is 3, with this equal, meaning assignment operator, takes that value of 3 and stores in the same place where that I used to be 0 before. Now the 0 is no longer there. The value of I became now 3. If I did that, this I that I initiated way outside the loop, notice loop starts here. Even though I initiated outside, it's still gonna be able to go in and store that value of I in that box or that bucket. So if I run the program now, it's gonna give me, excuse me, get out of this one. It's gonna give me all incremented by 3, 6, 9, 12, 15, 18, and so forth. You don't need a space here. You don't need a space here. Any question about that?
No question.
All right, we'll do another one incremented by 4, but use something called do while loop, and you'll see how they're a bit slightly different. So creating another class called do while loop. And this time display 0 to 100 incremented by 4. Okay. Do while loop is identically same, almost the same as the while loop, except you'll see you're gonna create a variable called int I. Does it have to be I? Can I name it something else? Anybody?
Yes.
Yep. I can name it whatever I want to. But this I, yeah, but this I is much simpler, and anytime you see any kind of loop, everybody uses I because they don't want to use a fancy name for it. We don't really need a fancy name for it because this is just controlling the loop. You with me? This is not user input. This is not something else. This is just controlling the loop. So why have a fancy name for it? Just keep it I, as simple as possible. Okay? Do while loop is you start with do. All right? What you're trying to say is I don't care what the loop is, how many times you're going to do this. I want you to at least do it once without looking at any condition. So you put this open close parenthesis right here, no condition, okay? No condition, meaning you just close your eyes and do it. What do you want to do? I want you to print the value of I. Okay, so sys out. And if I print I, it's gonna print the value of I. I am not done yet. If I run it now, it could go on forever. So I gotta do two things. What are the two things remaining? I got the initialization. What am I missing?
Condition
When to stop,
When to stop, which is condition, and
incremented by 4.
and incremented by 4 or incrementation, decrementation. So the incrementation goes either before this or after this, it doesn't matter. So you can write it in this line or you can write it in this line or in the middle of the code. Who cares? Doesn't matter. As long as you're doing this inside the code block, it's fine. So I'll just go ahead and do it at the very end. So it's going to print this first. Then it's going to increment it, which I could say, Shobus, give me, how would I increment it by 4? How would I write that statement?
I equals to I plus 4.
I plus 4, correct. I equals to I plus 4. Okay. So it takes the value of I, adds 4 to it, and then saves it there. Each time it will keep on adding 4 to it and save it there. And now the last part is the condition when it's gonna stop. That comes right here. Notice where it's giving me an error. It's telling me syntax error, insert while, and then expression to complete the do statement. So I have to add the word while. Do while loop, do comes first, while comes last. While loop doesn't have the word do. It starts with the while, you write the word while right there. That's the only difference in syntax wise, but you will see what happens. So here's my condition. You have to put semicolon, close it. And the condition, who can tell me what condition? I wanted to stop it to 100.
I equal to 100.
You can say I equal to, do I put 1 equal to or 2 equal to sign?
Double.
Double, and then that, and that's going to be fine as well. 100, sorry, not 0. That's going to be fine as well. If I run this now, what happened? That didn't work. Why?
Yeah, because it's only whenever it's equal to 100, right?
This time you're saying that you keep repeating this. Okay, this is what happened. Very good, Tony. Yeah, you're on the right track. So what happened is you initialize this. Yeah, Java stored a 0 for you for I. That's good. You came down here, Java says, oh, you want me to close my eyes and do this? I'll do it. So he goes over here and he prints this value of I, which is 0, got printed right there. He incremented this 0 with a with 0 plus 4, and that became 4. He stored this value of 4. Now I is 4. Okay. He comes down to this next line on the while statement and he compares right here. If this is true, then he's gonna go back up here and then keep on doing this. Go back up here, keep on doing this. If this is false, he's gonna break out of it.
Yeah.
Okay? So always remember, true, it will continue. False, it's gonna break out. So let's look at this. I is now 4. What answer do you get, true or false? 4 is equal to 100.
False.
False.
Because it came out to be false, he breaks the loop and goes to the next line and asks you, is there anything else you got for me?
Yeah.
So therefore, this breaks and just only prints 0. How do I fix that?
I is less than or equal to 100.
So if I put less than or equal to 100, then when the value of I is going to be a 4, it will still be a true statement.
Yeah.
And it's going to loop more. It's going to keep on doing that more, but it's going to stop when it reaches 100. Okay. So if I run it, you got 4, 8, 12, all the way to 100, and it stopped right there. So who can sum it up and tell me what's the difference between a while loop and a do while loop? The most important difference is the do while loop will execute the code that's inside the code block at least once. And then it's going to exit out. Like we did it before. If we said equal to 0, he's not even going to look at the condition. Okay, we're asking it to, it's just going to go ahead and print it first, once, and then check the condition. The other one, while loop, he's going to check the condition first before even going inside the code block and trying to print it. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
This is important because in automation, I have my code as do while loop. Why? Here's how. I search for a user and I have that code right here. Search for the user. And over here, I'm going to increment and I come out. And here I check, did username, was username displayed? I check the condition right here. If username displayed, then I break the loop and go, walk away. But if username not displayed, if this comes out to be false, I make that into a true. I put an exclamation to make that into a true statement. I change things up a bit, and I want this to come back up again and search for a user again. And I want to keep that doing maybe 4 or 5 times, and then I want to break and fail the test and then say, sorry, we tried it 5 times, but the user did not display. Okay, so this is where I'm going to take you guys. I don't need you to understand this whole thing now, but I want you to understand how these loops work. So when I take you there, that you can easily comprehend. Okay, and you're gonna need to practice this with examples I have, and only then it's gonna click with you. Any questions?
No, no question.
All right. That's all I got for you as far as concepts, and I'm going to now create an automation for you that's going to be similar to this project that you have. You can use that concept for this, and it's going to work. Let me see which one I want to do here. Okay, how about this one? We're going to continue prompting user to enter a password until he uses the right password. Okay, so we're going to set a password, and we're going to ask the user to enter the password. If they enter right password, it's gonna say access granted. If the user entered wrong password, we're gonna say access denied. Please enter your password again. And we're gonna do this for 5 times, which is kind of like the same thing here. Your project requires you to prompt the user 4 more times and print it out. Okay, so this is gonna require a combination of both everything that I taught actually, except you don't have to do it with switch. You do it with if statement and you have a loop. You get to choose which loop you want. Whichever works best for you, whichever you like more, use that. Any one of these works. I just think for line-wise, for loop uses less lines. Unless I really need that code to be executed first, then I would use a do while loop. Otherwise, I can use that. Let's see if we can handle this. So, sample project, we'll call it, or what is this?
Example 14.
Number 14, example 14, correct. Example 14, and guys, notice that the question did not ask me for so much, but I made it up. I was like, I gotta add this where it's gonna say access denied or access granted. This is what software engineers do. They put pieces together, make it more fancy and user friendly, and you gotta do that. Okay, just copy this. Take it one step at a time. I'm not gonna write down the steps for you, sorry guys, but we'll talk about it. All right, so obviously first thing we gotta save a number, right, as a password. With me on that?
Yeah.
So somebody tell me, what do I do? What variable do I need to store this password into? This secret key.
Like a string variable? Is that what you're asking?
You can do string, yeah. Okay. Tony wants string, I'll do string.
Just, well, there's a question. Like, say, your password is like, password 123. It's got numbers and letters. Can string also have integer values?
Yes.
Or is it strictly to just like alphabetical characters?
It's not strictly to alphabetical characters. String can have anything.
Okay.
But question,
Okay.
Can you do mathematical operations on string?
No.
Right.
Or can you?
You can't.
No. Okay.
If we have numbers in, we can store numbers in string, no problem. But we can't do mathematical operations with that value that we store in string. Okay. Who can give me a good variable name for this?
Password.
Password. Good job. So, and go ahead and give me a password.
ABC 1 2 3.
ABC 1 2 3. Okay, that's our password. All right. Now we're going to prompt the user, please enter a password, and if that password comes out to be this, we're going to say access granted. If it's not that, we're going to say access denied, and we're going to do this for 5 times, and if 5 times this user is not able to give me the right answer, we're going to say, sorry dude, you tried maximum 5 times and you have to come back after 15 minutes or something. I don't know. Okay? Just something like that. So let's go ahead and prompt. Okay, we're going to piece together this thing slowly. So always start with little things and then ornament it out, test it out, and add things to it, take away things to it. Okay, so easy thing that we're gonna do is we're gonna prompt the user. Yes.
Yeah.
So sysout, there is no brainer. We can say, please enter a password. All right.
Mhm.
Run it. Enter a password. Works. Now the guy needs to put a password. What do I need?
Scanner.
Right. So I am going to take this line space out, go in here. I'm gonna create a magic stick, scanner equals new scanner. Scanner, give me a new scanner. Okay. Import. Go down here. And I'm going to take the input, but I gotta find a storage. Where am I gonna store it? What kind of storage do I need? String, int, double, or boolean?
Spring.
We're gonna need a string because we kept our password in string. We obviously want our input also as a string so we can compare this over there. Could I have done it with the int? Sure, then I would have to have int right here. But because you want it just with the string, then I'm just gonna work with the string. We can work with anything you want. Now, what do I name this one? Name this variable.
User password or input,
Yes.
whatever you want.
Yes. How about this one here? Actual password.
Yeah. So that actual password and then password for this one or entered password. Yeah.
Entered password equal. I take the scanner, cast the spell, next string or next line. Well, we're only taking one word. We can just do away with next. With me so far?
Yeah.
Run it, make sure it works. You got no errors. I can put in here anything right there and hit enter. We got that. Okay. I don't have to have line. If I don't want the answer to be on the next line, I can just take this ln off. If I run it now, I should be able to enter it right next to it. And enter, and it accepts it. Okay. Now, what's next? I got the user entered password. I know the actual password. I just have to compare these two. If they are the same, I would
If statement.
if statement. That's right. Thank you. So if I say if, here's my condition, and here's my code that I'm going to print. So if my condition is if entered password, okay, you take that. Who remembers?
If entered password is double equal sign to actual password.
So if I put double equal sign and then say actual password.
And then you do outprint.
Yeah, then sys out.
And you put, correct.
Yeah, password correct or something like that.
Access granted.
Access granted. Yep.
Okay. By the way, this is the exact same code as in your whatever the security system that you have or any other websites.
Yeah.
So if I run this, right, and if I type in, let's do a positive testing. Positive testing is when you give it the value it is expecting, and then see if it works. That's positive testing. ABC 1, 2, 3. It didn't work. What happened?
There's not a
Go ahead.
else statement to finish it.
There's a problem right here. Who can?
I think we need to put double and because it's not math, it's a statement.
You're almost there. This is for mathematical operations only.
Or-
Can I do a string with the string and the double equal sign?
No.
No. So how do I do that? Go back a couple of classes.
Entered password dot equal to actual password.
Dot equals. Okay. Entered password dot equals. Remember, this is string. So we can't do
Equals.
mathematical stuff with string. We have to use what's available as a string magic spell. And one of the magic spells we could say equals. But even better, dot equals ignore case. Because if I do equal, okay? If I say equals, and if I put in here the variable, which is actual password, it's gonna work if I put in the right password. Actually, this would be the better option because you don't want passwords are case sensitive. So if I say
that's what
ABC 1, 2, 3 and hit run, now it's gonna say access granted. But what if I ran this and I put in capital A, B, C, and 1, 2, 3? This time it's not gonna work. If I hit enter, I got nothing. Okay. You do want equals, you don't want to say equals ignore case. Then in that case, if I say dot equals ignore case, dot equals ignore case, if I choose this particular method, I just have to clean that up a little bit. When that happens, you just take this and delete all the way up to here. And if I run this now, I can get away with the capital A. ABC 1, 2, 3. There you go. Access granted. But you don't want that. You don't want a capital A there. So you delete that ignore case part. Now, let's finish up. What if this doesn't match? How would I write access denied?
Else with a loop inside.
So else, you have this piece of code. Same thing. You're just gonna say access denied. Access denied. If I run this now, and I put in something like with the capital A, B, C, 4, 5, 3, 2, whatever, hit enter, I got access denied. It's working. Okay? We got it so far. but when I hit access denied, it didn't ask me for enter password again. It's supposed to do it again for 5 times.
Yeah.
How are we gonna do that?
Do a statement or need a statement.
Like I equal to I plus 5 times. Like that.
Correct. So you're asking for us to use some sort of loop, yes? Which loop do you think you want to use?
For.
Okay, you can do any one of this, by the way. So if you wanted to go with the for loop, let's go ahead and do the for loop. But understand, don't you have to ask the user enter a password again?
Yeah.
That this enter a password. You may have to mute there. It's getting background noise. So this part right here, the enter a password, that whole thing has to be inside a loop. Okay, this user putting something back in, which is right here, scanner.dat, that also have to be inside the loop. It has to come back out and ask you again, take the input again, store the value in the input again, compare it again, and display access granted or access denied. Okay, so you first figure out how much stuff you have to repeat. Okay, our repetition, it has to be from here all the way here. But pop quiz, do I need to keep repeating the scanner thing?
No.
Correct. We don't have to repeat this scanner creation. Once you create the scanner, you got it. So what I can do is I can take this piece of code out. Will it hurt if I keep on creating? No. But not a good idea. So how about I take it out and put it right there? Hang on 1 second. Guys, any questions so far?
Not so far.
So if I were to just take this creation part out, what I have is ask the user, take the user input, store it in a container, go in here and compare to see if they're equal. If so, say access granted and get out. And if this is not equal, then you go ahead and keep saying access denied and loop back up again. So if you wanted to do this with a for loop, you have to find out your first task is which block of code I need to keep repeating. And the part of the code that you need to keep repeating is here. Once you got that, you start constructing the loop. Okay, so you go in here and you write the word for, open, close, and there's your code block. That's where the code is going to go. You take this whole thing, you cut that from here, and you paste it right there. With me so far?
Yeah.
Yeah.
In here, you gotta do 3 things. When do I want it to start? Okay, you call it int I equals 0. This is when you're starting. If you want to call it 1, that's fine. But our thing says 5 times. So you can say less than 5. I is less than 5. Or in here, if you stay 1, 5 times would be less than 6. Does that make sense?
Yeah, that makes
Okay. And then you increment I with a 1.
Yeah.
5.
But do you see there is one problem here? The problem is that it's going to keep asking and maybe giving you access granted and denied. Watch this. So if I run it, Java came down here. I is now 1. Enter the password. If I put wrong password, let's say gibberish, he's gonna take that password, save it here, compare entered password is equals actual password. The answer is gonna be no. So he's gonna skip that line, go here and print out access denied. And it's gonna go back up here because the I got incremented with the 2 and 2 is less than 6 is true. Therefore, it's gonna ask me again. Look at this, access denied, enter a password, okay? My question is, if I enter the correct password, do you think it's going to stop asking me?
no, it'll prompt you all the way through 5 times. So you could have 5 positive times, right?
That's right. So look at this. Access granted, but it should have stopped asking me. It's not asked, it still keeps asking me. Okay, I put in right password again. Ask me again. Oh man. There you go again. ABC 1, 2, 3. Enter. Oh, it stopped. How many times did it do it? 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Are you with me so far, guys?
Yeah.
Yeah.
There is a problem that we have to solve. We want it to stop asking me when actual password is received. This for loop is not going to work. With me,
We use a do while.
we're gonna have to use a do while, and do while because we want it to print it once without checking any condition. Okay, so we want it to print, do this first one time. Don't look at what we got first. So I'll block this code out, and we're gonna copy paste it from here. So let's start doing this here. Even with the do while, you're gonna need that int I equals 0. Okay. If you want to do it with the 1, that's fine. I like 0. Then I can put less than 5. And I like less than instead of less than or equal to. I don't know. That's just my style. I found it much simpler, easy to understand. Now I type the word do, open, close curly braces because no condition needed. You're just gonna execute this code at least once. So I copy this code. Notice I did not copy this last parenthesis or curly brace because that belongs to this guy. That extra curly brace will mess up my stuff. Let me uncomment this first. Take this code from here, print it right here, comment this whole thing out. Okay. here's where my condition is going to be, and my incrementation can be right before it. After all this code is done, I can increment it. Or if you don't want to, you can increment it right here. I plus plus. That works too. Now, you do this, and here's your while, and here's the condition that needs to meet for me to keep on doing this. Okay? So keep on thinking this. I got to do this. Now, first of all, I have to stop doing this when this I reaches 5. Do you agree?
Mm-hmm.
You have to think of ways to stop the loop. So when is it going to do? When come on, you guys tell me.
I is less than 5.
I is less than 5. That means it's going to go 0 is going to be 1 time. 2 is going to be, or let's do it this way. It's easier for you guys to understand, I think. I is going to be 1. It's going to print 1 time. It's going to get incremented to a 2. Then it's going to print 2 times until it's going to be 6 is going to break. If it reaches 6, it will stop. So it will only print all the way up to 5 times until the value of the I is reaching 5. That's it. But that still doesn't solve our problem here. If we run this now, enter a password. Here's a valid password. ABC123. Look at this. Access granted. But why are you asking me for the password again? Okay. ABC123. Access granted, but asking me the password again. That means I have to add one more condition right here. How do I bring in another condition here? Which symbol?
Curly brace.
It's gonna be either that double and symbol. Remember that?
Yeah, or the or, but and for the situation.
Correct. So look, I am doing line comment here. So either you're gonna need that, or you're gonna need these two, what's called or, and you may have to use this exclamation, which means not. Okay? So this is where the brain of your loop is. This is where the engineering part comes in. So now we got it controlled that it's gonna stop asking me 5 times. That's good. But we wanted to also stop asking when.
When the condition meets first time.
When this entered password is actually equal to this actual password. Correct?
Yeah.
Okay. So you copy this condition, or you write it up here again. You write, let me put an and first, okay? And then we'll analyze whether this is a good choice or this is a good choice, okay? We're gonna look at that slowly. I'm just gonna put and right here and take this entered password. Copy paste works better. Entered password dot equals, oops, it's not giving me an option here. Let me just copy this whole thing. Sometimes Eclipse is weird. That. Oh, I know why. Sorry guys, I missed something. Here's a problem. Any condition that goes in here, it has to be initialized outside this code block. I repeat, this variable, notice It understands what this variable is because it was initialized outside this code block of do while. But unfortunately, this string entered password, this storage is created only when this is run, and it dies out with this code block. So each time there's a new revolution, it dies out, cleans out, and it goes out. So there's nothing for me to read it right here, because when they execute this and come out of here, anything was stored in here, it's gonna be gone. Okay, anything stored in here is gonna be gone, because this guy was created, this variable was created inside here. This keeps losing, and that's why if I type in entered password, look, if I type in entered password and put a dot, he doesn't recognize it. Okay, but if I create him outside, if I create him right here, string entered password, I just have to copy that part. If I create the variable here and close it, I did not even add anything to it. Now everybody in this page will understand what that is, and it will be stored. Loop, any code inside the loop only executed part of certain conditions, so it cannot store something permanently. It only stores it when this is run, and then it dies out. Just like this page, the page will store this until you run the program, and then it's going to die out. This code will store stuff only when this code is run, and then it's going to die out here, and therefore you won't be able to access it. Now what you did is you created a variable. This is called global variable, and this is called local variable. So this, if I create a variable here, this is called local. Local variable only accessed when this part of the code is executed, if this condition is met, and then it cleans out and dies out right here. And this, if you do it outside these kinds of loops or if statement, this is called global variable, because it won't die out until it only dies out after the program run is complete. Everything will execute in this page, then it's going to complete. Now I gotta fix this because I have created this here. Java is complaining. He's saying you already gave it a name right there. Why are you creating another storage called string and with the same name? Who can tell me how do I fix that?
Give them different names.
You don't want to do a different name. I mean, different name is going to work, but I do want to use that same variable everywhere, entered password. This is a if I write it outside, this becomes a permanent storage. If I write this, if I create the variable inside this code block, it becomes a temporary storage. So by me writing it outside or creating this storage here, I have just created a permanent storage. But Java is complaining that you already created one here with that name. Why are you creating another one here with the same name? Yes, of course you could change this name to different, but we don't want that. We want that. We want that same value. What you have to do is you have to delete this part called string. What you're telling Java is, I am not creating another one, guy. I'm just using that same storage that I created before. That's where I want you to store this. So it's going to store right there. Understand?
Yes, understood.
A little tricky, but once you get a hang of this, it's going to clear out to you, and you'll be like, it's going to become automatic for you. So if I take that off, I don't need to, if I put string, I will create another one. Don't need to create one. Look at this. That got highlighted. As soon as my cursor is here, that got highlighted, that got highlighted. It's trying to tell you This is the same thing as that. It's gonna same thing as that. It's gonna store the same value that we're gonna get from the user.
So why you're not writing the one line instead of 2 lines?
Like right here. Like if I were to bring this right here.
No, you can take it to the app. Like you made a storage.
Yes.
Just put the.
Okay. Take a look at
Yeah.
what happens. If I take this up here. Here's what happens. It's gonna take the user input and store it. And every time it's gonna ask you for a new user input. Yeah, I see what you're trying to say. There's another way that you can do that too. But you're gonna have repetition of code. I will show you that in a minute, okay? This is gonna be the better option. So just bear with me. Let me just finish this so you can see what happens. Anyway, now I got my condition to stop if it reaches 6 and only do it till 5. But I also wanted to stop when I get entered password equal to actual password. When this condition meets, I want it to stop. So I can just copy this whole condition here and paste it here. Or I could say entered password and put a dot. It's gonna understand what I'm talking about now. Look at this. Dot equals. And if I choose that dot equals, and over here it's telling me which one do you like to choose, which I want to say actual password. Okay, zoom out a little bit. So far happy, but we need to make sure that this is meeting our requirement or not, okay? So if this statement comes out to be true, this will continue asking. If this statement comes out to be true, this will continue asking. If entered password dot equals actual password, do I want this to keep asking me?
No.
That means you gotta do opposite of this. How do I change this entire thing and flip it if it's a true that it becomes a false?
Put the whole thing into parentheses and put a not before.
Correct. So if you take this here and close this with another parenthesis and put an exclamation mark right here. Now what you're saying is if entered password dot equals actual password, meaning if they become equal, then this whole thing will become true. True is not a good thing for this. If it becomes true, then it's gonna ask again. I don't want it to ask again if it comes out true. So if I put a negative, a not in front of it, then when this actual password and enter password becomes exactly same and this comes out to be true, this will flip it to make it a false. When this becomes false, while loop is going to exit out. Okay, let's run it and see how it works. So here I got enter a password. I got, let's say I put in a fake password, a 1, 2, 3, 4. A negative testing first. Enter. This went in here. Understand, let me draw this out for you guys. So I entered this password. That password got stored right here as a storage was created. Way up there. I became 1. I got incremented to 2 when it went inside. Enter password. This got printed out. Okay, this empty spot got created. Notice I didn't fill anything in here. Soon as you said scanner.next, gave me this spot to write. And then when I wrote that AKF or whatever, he took that and stored it on that spot that was originally created. AKJ, now it's getting stored here. Then it went into this statement, says enter password dot equals actual password. Because they're not equal, this got skipped. And this else statement got printed out. It came up here. Over here it says I is less than 6. Is that true statement? Come on, guys.
Yes.
Then that came out to be true. Okay? He went inside here. Actual password dot equals entered password. Is that true?
Yes.
Yes.
No. Look at the password.
That they're not equal, or you're asking before the not?
True or false here? Entered password dot equals actual password.
No, that's false.
This is a false.
Yes.
Entered password, which is AKFJ, not equal to actual password, which is ABC123. So this came out to be false. What did this exclamation turn this false into?
Positive.
True.
So this whole thing from exclamation, if you think about it from the explanation to this end, this whole chunk became also true. With me so far?
Yes.
If we have a true statement and another true statement, do you think it's going to keep asking you again or break out?
It'll keep asking
It
Until
will,
6, until it becomes 5 times.
it will ask you again, okay? So now if I go back in here, it asks me enter a password, okay? What if I enter proper password, right? So if I put in ABC 1, 2, 3, do you think it's gonna stop me asking?
Yes.
So let's look at this, okay? I'm only gonna go deep inside with you this one time, and then next ones I think you will get it. So I put this password right here. The storage is created. I became 1. I is now 2. He went inside, printed enter password, this right there. I entered ABC 1 to 3. He took it, stored it in this variable called enter password, which is right here. So ABC correct password 1, 2, 3 is stored right here. With me so far?
Yeah.
He came down here, that entered password, which is this, dot equals actual password is correct. He went inside. He's gonna go inside, print this out. And he's gonna skip this line, then he's gonna come back here. And he's gonna check the condition. Is I less than 6? True or false?
True.
True. Let's take a look at this part right here. Entered password dot equals actual password. True or false?
True.
Well,
True.
This time, entered password is equal to actual password. So this is true.
True.
What is this not going to do that to this true?
Make it a false.
This not, the whole thing with that exclamation mark is going to make this whole statement, flip that over to a false. Okay?
So it stops.
And now it has this true statement. One is true and the other is false. And we talked about when you have and, both of them have to be what for them to execute?
Both have to be true.
Both have to be true. When you say and, they have to be both of them true for these to go back up again.
But if one of them are false, then it's going to break. Everything is going to become false. With that if and statement, if one of them is false, everything is false, and it's going to fall apart and go away from here, right? If I put an or statement, that's going to make things different though. That's going to mess it up. If or statement, if one of them become true, which is this case, it will keep going back again. So let's try this. Let's clean this up. If I hit enter now, access granted. Look, it didn't ask me again. If I change this to an or, one of them will be true and one false, but it doesn't care. As long as one of them works, it will ask again. So here we go. If I put a correct password, ABC123, and hit enter, it asks me again. It's going to keep on asking me 5 more times, even though if I put right password. There you go. So this or statement is not going to work. You change it to and, run it again. Let's put a fake one there. Access denied. Enter a password. I do another one. Access denied. Enter a password. ABC123. Access granted. Congratulations, done. Any questions so far?
Nope.
One last thing. If I wanted to say, hey, you reached 5 times. Nah, not today. It's already 1:38, so we'll just leave it here. And I just want to show one other thing here. Is what if Loretta was asking, why didn't we just take the user input right here? We can do that too. Let me copy this and we'll do it in another class and I'll show you. So I'll create a new class. It's going to create extra lines of code. That's all. Another example of what was 14. So let me paste this here. What if I got the scanner here? Why don't I ask for user input right here? Well, obviously, if you ask the user input here, do you agree that I do need to print this before that?
Yes.
So I would copy that.
Yeah.
Let me not delete it. Let's just copy it. We're going to modify it. And you can ask me for any other options you want me to try it out. I can do that right now. So here, I just copied that, ask the user, get the user input, and I wanted to put the user input right here with an equal sign. I get the user input. All the better is good. It's fine. That it's going to ask you once, it's going to get the user input and store it here. But then it's going to ask again without even comparing. So I need to delete this part out. Agree? If I run it now, this is the problem we're going to face. It's asking me right there. I put in ABC123, correct password. If I hit enter, he's going to enter right here. He's going to ask me again. Watch. Right there. Java came to this line now. Asking me enter a password. If I put another one, ABC123, enter. Now he went in and executed the code. So it double asked me. Are you okay with me if I delete this part?
Yeah.
So if I delete this, let's see if that works fine. Because it's double asking me. So go back in here and execute the code. Here it is asking me first time. I put in the right password, ABC123, and let me put a wrong password. If I put a wrong password, this wrong password gets stored right here. He's comparing. This is not going to work. He's going to skip that. He's going to print access denied. Is he going to ask me for enter password again?
No.
He's not, because there's no more code. He's just going to jump from here to here. He's going to go here, look at the condition. He's going to go back up here, and he's going to try to compare some same thing again. He's never going to ask me again. He's not going to jump to there. He won't. Loop only happens from this bracket to this bracket. That's it. So when you start the loop, either it's a for loop, do loop, or do while loop, wherever you start the curly brace and where you end the curly brace, this one ends right there. It's going to just keep on going back and forth right here. It will never go back up and ask those things. Now, if you have a storage setup, yeah, that storage will get updated. If I put increment of I, I can write I right there. That increment of I, even from down here, it's gonna increment and store that. But Java will not go back up and execute this statement. Never. It only keeps going down. Okay, only keeps going down. So if I run this now, if I hit enter, let's see what happens. I'm not sure. Look what happened. It went back up. It went back up right there. Didn't match. Skip that. Printed this. Went here. Saw it didn't match. Went back up only up to here. Came here. Incremented I. Came here, didn't match. Came here. Saw that I need to print that. And it kept on printing that 5 times. This got cut off right there. I became value 6, and this became false. Whole thing became false, crumbled down, and came back up to the next lines and did not go back up again. How can I fix this without changing this? One way to fix, you can have this user ask again here. You can have this scanner dot, but you don't want to say the word string. You want to just take this much. Okay. You do want to print this whole thing. So you can copy this line. When access denied happen, I want you to ask for enter password again. I want you to take the password and store in this location again, but don't say string, because with that, you're going to create a new location to store. I don't want a new location. I want you to store where that is stored. If I run it now, enter password, wrong password, access denied, it came right here now. After access denied, it came right here, says enter password. Again, we'll take the password and store where this initially created storage was. And I can put another weird password. It's going to ask again. And now if I put a right password, ABC123, it's going to break the loop and say, here's a problem. Because we put in the right variable right here, he went right from here This is became ABC 1, 2, 3 only on this statement. Came back out, checked that entered password is equal to actual password. This became true. Okay, became true. This converted into a false. Whole thing became false. Loop broke, came out, didn't even print, didn't even get to print access granted because it didn't compare. You see how it's, even though I'm trying to fix it, somehow it's getting tough and it's not quite working. You all with me?
Yeah.
But if I bring this whole thing inside the loop, that helps me handle this so much better. So real simple, I gotta bring this piece of the code because I want them to keep asking this code over and over. If I do it outside, that's gonna be a nightmare for me to piece together those puzzles. So therefore, and then if I also did it, if I somehow been able to make it, look at this. I have the same code here. I have the same code right there. That's extra code. That's not the would be the best way. So instead, simple. You know you're going to repeat that, then you want to put all of that. Okay? You want to put all of that the way it should be in that sequence. The only problem Java is going to create for you, Java is going to say, well, you try to create a storage right here called enter password. I can only store here, but I won't understand what that is here. Unless you declare me here, you create me here, then you store something later, that's fine. Therefore, you have to create that variable, this part, copy that in here. Make it a global variable. And take this local variable off, just that string part off, and he's gonna be able to connect to this, he's gonna be able to connect to this, he's gonna be able to connect to this. And if I run it now, the logic will make sense. NABC 1, 2, 3. There, exit granted, and we're done. And you also reduce the lines of code. Any questions? All right, guys, if no more questions, then I will post these notes into this page right here where it's going to say code snippet. You should be able to complete this project. It might take you some time, a lot of trials and errors. You're going to have a lot of mistakes. Those are all good things. You're going to learn from it. If you don't go through those headaches, pulling hair off, you're not going to be the level you want to be. And you will never reach that. So think that those heartache and those frustrations in programming, if you can get past it, you will be a different person, and therefore you should get paid with respect to that intelligence and the endurance that you have gone over. So take that as a positive for yourself. Now, if you're awesome, super smart, and on the first try you are able to get this done, give yourself a pat on the back. Maybe you should see a higher future with programming. And I'm not saying that those of you who will struggle that you're not going to be successful. Success depends on you crossing that mountain. And I don't care how you cross it. You want to crawl and cross over that mountain, you will be successful. If you want to fly over the mountain, you will also be successful. You just have to cross the mountain. So determine who you are, determine your level, but don't be upset or don't get frustrated and don't break down and say, oh, this is not for me because it's too difficult for me. That's not true. If it's difficult, it's just going to take you a little bit longer, but you can still reach that same summit of the mountain, maybe a little bit later, but you'll still reach there. How long it takes, that's not the way you need to measure yourself. You need to measure yourself on success, whether you have reached the mountain. Okay? Any questions?
Are you going to upload this today? The
I'm
class?
gonna upload the notes in about 15 minutes. You'll be able to see the code right here.
Oh, okay.
And the video is gonna be maybe tonight, if not tomorrow.
Okay. And you are not going to upload on YouTube?
Do you want me to upload on YouTube, or are you okay with how it's?
I want both because on YouTube I can fast forward with two, they have the options. But when I download it, I have to skip for 30 seconds, so I cannot do the fast forward with the number.
So it doesn't play faster with the.
I have the Windows Media Player, I think, so that I can do the fast forward with the timing, like a 1.5 time or 2 times. So, but in YouTube, we can do that.
Okay. Some of these videos I see that you can't like.
So, hey, good morning, folks. Welcome to Test Execution.
Have you had anybody had any situation where you play and then it doesn't play right here, or I think if you play it directly streaming it from the drive, the resolution is not that great. Am I right?
It's not fantastic, but it's still doable. I haven't had any issues with it.
Okay. And Shobus, try to see if you can just play it like directly streaming like this.
Yeah. Okay.
And what you can do is this wheel icon right here. If you click there, you can increase the playback speed to like a 2.
Okay.
I want you to try that first. Watch this.
First thing we're going to do is go over the homework demo, talk about what test environment is, various test management tools.
See that?
We'll also go over
Now, one thing, you're right. If you download it, it doesn't give you that option to fast forward play it, is what I noticed. But it takes me maybe an hour or 2 of time to upload it into YouTube. I will do it if I see that it's hurting your.
I just need the timing option, so I will see if I can do that on the on the site. So
yes, so you let me know if you say that no, this is not working for you, then I want to do it in both places, even if it takes extra time for me. But if you somehow use this feature here, then I would rather save that extra time, and you can use this fast forward in Google Drive. That's good. Anything else?
Yeah.
All right, guys. Thank you so much. Sorry for the long class today. Next weekend, we're going to see you Sunday again. We're going to talk about arrays and collections. Thursday, I have optional homework help class. Here's what's going to happen. If you have to text me because I keep texting you guys and you're like, I can't make it. You need to text me by Wednesday saying that, hey, I need a homework help class, or I will be attending. If you do, then I will plan that on Thursday. If you don't text me, if nobody texts me, then by default, we'll call that class canceled. Is that okay?
Yep, sounds good.
All right. Thank you all. Have a nice weekend.
You too. Thanks, everyone.
Bye-bye.